Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Taiwan Sustainability and Artificial Intelligence Forum. First, let's invite Professor Mei-Hong Chiu to deliver the opening remarks. She is a professor emerita from National Taiwan Normal University and the project leader of IYBSSD at Taiwan. Professor Chiu.
Thanks for the introduction. And okay, let me stand up. So, wow, I'm so impressed with so many students here. So let me start with, we have the guest from the public diplomacy officer, Ms. Lola, and Lawler, yeah, and the Vice President Zhang, and our director Ma, and the principal Xu, and also our distinguished speakers. And also we have the students, over 200 from the 6 high schools. So please raise your hand when I call up your school's names. Okay, so the first one is Zhushan Senior High School. Very, very far away from here. When did you leave the school this morning to come here? What time did you leave? 8 o'clock? Okay, thank you for coming. It's very far away in Nantou County. Okay, and the other one is the Zhanghua Girls Senior High School. Yeah, where are you? Also away from Taichung. And then Zhanghua Senior High School, where are the students? Oh, they are not here yet? Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought everybody is here. Okay, so, okay, well, sorry, I didn't notice that part. And then we also have the students from Stella Matutina Senior High School, Xiaoming Zhongxue. Yes, yeah, here. Okay, thank you. And then we also have the students from Putai, also in Nantou County. Yeah, thank you for coming. And then the closest one is Taichung First Senior High School. Welcome, where are you? Okay. So even though you are a boys' senior high school, you do have the female students, right? As far as I know. Okay, thank you for coming. And this forum is one of the International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development. And what is the International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development? It is proclaimed by the United Nations. That is to stress the application of science for advancing the medical, power planning, or the communications, or water resources, that to make the world more sustainable. And the United Nations will claim the next decade will be the International Year of Sustainability. Because back to 2013, when the, and I think everybody knows the SDGs by now, it was focusing on how we could protect the world and the globe. And the aims was to reach the goals, the 17 goals by 2030. However, now it's already halfway past, and everybody don't believe we'll accomplish the goals. So that's why, and it is a very important issue. So that's why it will be extended for another decade to make the people aware how important the sustainability is and how we could do. So we are not going to envision what the sustainability will be, but basically we want to take that into an action so we could really make a healthy globe. So I think you are the next generation, so the duty is not only for this generation, but also your generation as well. We need to work together to make the world much healthy and better. So that's why this forum is not simply just a conference, but it is also to play as a platform to communicate and to share, also a catalyst to change. And also we want to make a testimony for thinking about how we could do it and what we should do. And I think today's distinguished scholars will show you what they can do. And also we have the special distinguished guest from industry. They will let you know how to turn the waste into gold, for instance. And when I say gold, it's not really in terms of the money, but also the better life we have. So we are not going to simply just to invasion. We want to really make our life better. That's the main purpose. And I had the privilege to interview some informal interview with some of the students who came earlier. And they are voluntarily coming to attend this forum. I was very touched. And I asked them why they want to be here. And they said they thought the sustainability is a very important issue. They really want to know how they could do something better. And at your age, I think that's really a future and also a hope. And some of the students also mentioned that they read the bibliographies of our distinguished speakers, and they feel like they would like to interact with these people and to learn more from the speakers. And I think this is also a platform for you to share your ideas with not only the speakers, but also to interact with the students from other schools, because this is a great opportunity. So I do hope you are actively engaged in this event today, and I hope you will bring something back, and not only the knowledge, but an action that you can really take. So thank you very much for Donghai University professor and the Vice President of Long, Professor Long, who and her team to help us to set up the meeting. It was a privilege to cooperate with Donghai University. So thanks to the Vice President Zhang and the Vice President Long. And also the Zhushan Senior High School, thanks to the professor, the principal Xu, and the Yingxin Chen teacher. So without everybody's effort, we can present what we have now to you. So thank you very much, and I thank you all the participants and the distinguished people here. Thank you. And also the last but not the least, the AIT, because this is a very special event for us to work with, to cooperate with the AIT. And thanks for coming here and also organize and invite a very special guest for our forum. So thanks, Ms. Laura and the Sharon. Thank you very much. So now I finish my opening address, and I hope you enjoy the forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chu. We have several distinguished guests here, and we would like to first invite Professor Mengfan Luo to give the next remarks. Professor Mengfan Luo is the Director General of Department of Natural Sciences and Sustainable Development, National Science and Technology Council. So could Professor Luo give us a few words? 可以。
不好意思哦，因为我的 schedule 是9:20开始，我不晓得这会议是9点开始哦，很抱歉，有点晚到那样。好，先跟各位说声抱歉。那首先这个美国在台学会的罗月竹这个文化新闻官，然后我们整个系列活动 IYBSB at Taiwan 的主持人邱美红教授，那我们竹山高中的这个许校长，那我现场也看到有台中一中的这个学生哈，那还有这个图书馆的马馆长，那徐朗雄老师，恭喜，昨天才拿个奖哈。那另外那个徐玉峰老师，那以及各位这个讲者以及各位来宾、各位同学，大家早安。那今天这个论坛呢是由我们跟这个美国在台学会共同主办。那事实上，这个台美这个永续论坛今天是第3场。那这系列的论坛主要是我们这个回应基础科学促进永续发展年，这个是由联合国发起的活动。那为了响应这个活动，我们办理的一系列活动的其中的一部分。好，那这系列活动是从去年的8月开始，一直延续到现在。那我们是邀请这个邱美红老师担任我们这个系列活动的总主持人，来规划所有的活动。那目前这个系列活动已经有超过50万人参与，所以是整个台湾在一整年来非常盛大的活动。当然，这个活动主要的精神是以这个扎根科学永续台湾2个宗旨来让社会大众了解基础科学如何促进这个永续发展。那大家了解这个永续的议题，现在是整个台湾社会甚至政府部门一个非常重要的议题。那其中气候变迁在这个永续中间占一个非常核心的这个地位，大家已经慢慢感受到，特别是这个在台湾待久一点，就知道过去4年，我们严格讲只有2个台湾登陆。我不知道今年那个扫过台湾尾那一点点的时间算不算登陆？这个待会徐老师可以跟我们说明一下。那平均事实上，我们每年会有4个台风到台湾，但过去4年只有2个，那大部分不是北转就南转。所以气候变迁是一个已经在台湾一个非常明显的一个现象。那如果大家有经验，那2年前还有100年难得一见的大旱，那现在的感受是常常就是雨不来则已，一来就是很大，要么干旱，要么是激烈的这个降雨。所以气候变迁是让台湾已经是非常明显。那接下来面对这些急剧的变化，那当然政府部门开始会考量，那如何做调适、做因应。那当然这个不是只是永续不会是台湾的问题，那台湾在整个地球是其中一个公民，是整个地球村的公民。那地球没有永续，台湾也不可能永续。好，所以我们这系列活动也希望让国际知道，这个台湾在推动基础科学跟推动永续中间的这个努力。好，那当然这个系列活动，那很感谢这个美国在台协会跟我们一起合作办理这个活动。那美国在台学会一直对于这科普推广以及跟台湾社会的这些interaction 其实是这个非常的关心。那我们希望未来还有机会跟美国在台协会是一起来这个办理这些推广的这个活动。那今天一系列的演讲，那第一个是这徐广雄老师的这个气候变迁，他特别帮他广告一下，昨天他才领完这个行政院杰出科技贡献奖，是台湾在科技贡献最顶级的奖项，就是表彰他在这个建构台湾气候模拟的这个能力有卓越的贡献。所以各位同学跟各位来宾，待会第一个场就听他的演讲。当然，气候变迁一个非常重要的concern就是整个地球是升温的。 所以升温以后，只要超过1.5度，那对整个生态就会有非常大的这个影响。所以第二场就是跟蝴蝶相关的这个跟生态相关的演讲。如果我的这个看到 schedule 是没有错的，那再来我们就会谈到一个我们如果各位来宾跟同学稍微有了解，就是气候变迁一个很大的来源在于所谓的温室气体、温室效应，所以这些温室气体里面最大宗的一项就是二氧化碳，所以响应整个国际社会的这个努力，所以我们的政府也是开始宣达2050净零减碳的这个决心。那从今年开始，每年大概有1000亿的预算在于想做到净零减碳这个各种面向的工作，那也大概有100多亿是放在科技研发上面。所以接下来的所谓的这个循环经济的部分，然后 AI 怎么用到节能，那就是另外一个议题，各位同学可以听到的。好，那今天很高兴有这么多年轻的朋友参加我们的这个论坛。那各位是台湾永续的这个重要的力量，因为要做到台湾永续，事实上每个人都是一个重要的这个角色。好，那我预祝今天的会议顺利成功，大家收获满满，谢谢各位。
Thank you, Director General Law. Now let's welcome Ms. Julianne Lawler. She's the Public Diplomacy Officer of American Institute of Taiwan, to say a few words.
Hello, good morning. 早上好. Happy to see all of you. What a good group. So many students, and I'm happy to hear, as Professor Chiu said, that many of you are here voluntarily because you want to be here, because you're excited to learn, and not because your teacher or your school forced you to be here. That's always good to have people who are wanting to be here, who are curious and ready to learn. And I think you'll have a lot of things that you can learn today. I just wanted to thank all of our partners who made this event possible, the National Science and Technology Council. Thank you for all the support. And Taiwan's International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development team for their efforts in making the forum today possible. It's a lot of work that goes into all of these events, so maybe it just seems like one day, but a lot of people put a lot of thought into curating who's going to come speak here and making this a useful day for all of you. I know some of you came from far, so we want to make sure your effort is worth it and make sure that we have some people here who can really share some good information and some wisdom. So in April, we actually co-hosted the first U.S. Taiwan Sustainability and Innovation Forum in Taipei with NSTC and with IAYB SSD. And earlier this week, we actually brought the forum to Kaohsiung as well. And at both events, we really received some great feedback from the participants, and that's why we wanted to make sure to bring it here to Taichung as well, to make sure that all of you have this experience to learn from experts in this field. And we really hope that this forum will inspire you, as Professor Chiu said, you are the next generation. It's going to be up to you to solve a lot of these challenges and a lot of these problems. I'm sure that you've heard this before, and you know that there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders, maybe too much, but we just hope that you take something away from this forum and are able to learn. And we're really excited about hosting this event, particularly in Taichung and also in this library, because we actually have an American space in this library, in the National Library of Public Information, which really plays an important role in the Taichung community and in strengthening the people-to-people ties between Taiwan and the United States, which is one of our core goals at AIT and in the public diplomacy section. So our partners here at the American Space, I see Miller in the room, who manages our I don't see him right now, but I'm sure he's here, who manages our American Space and really brings a lot of programming to people of all ages in Taichung and in the surrounding area. These include things that you might want to look up. You can follow our Facebook for more information, but we have coding classes, we have English learning experiences, we have U.S. speakers who come and talk about things like science and technology, who take us on road trips around different cities in the U.S., virtual road trips. We can't get you in cars in the U.S., but We also are hosting throughout December an exhibit about the AIT podcast, which takes listeners who subscribe to the podcast on a journey through American cities using information about the food in those cities. So if you have some time during the coffee break or during lunch, you can actually go up and see the exhibit and learn a little bit about food culture in cities like New Orleans and Boston and New York. So I really encourage you all to take a look at that. We'll also be hosting an Earth Day series in April, which includes talks and films and community activities. And I think many of you might know this, but we also have our Education USA team. So for anyone who's interested in studying in the United States, we have resources available in the library here in the American space that you can get one-on-one advising and information about that. So that's ongoing throughout the year. But shifting away from my public service announcement to the topic of today's forum, AIT is really committed to raising public awareness among people of all ages about environmental sustainability, about climate challenges, about net zero, technology, innovation. And we do this in a lot of different ways, and one of them is forums like the one we're hosting today. I think most of you are probably aware that as we sit here in this room, COP28 is happening in Dubai. And at COP28, the United States is committed to working with partners around the world to achieve climate goals and to ensure strong outcomes from that event. And we really believe that knowing how to use technology to address the challenges that we're facing, the global challenges we're facing, including climate issues, is really an essential skill for people of all generations. It's not exclusive to youth, but we know that you will, as I mentioned, kind of be asked to step up and address a lot of these things. So we encourage you all to just bring a curious mind to today's event, to actively participate, to ask questions. Please do not hesitate at all to raise questions if something comes up throughout the day, and to learn from each other and from our speakers. And think about how you can learn how you can use what you learned today throughout your own life, and also to address challenges. Think about what you want to study, where maybe you can continue to learn. And we hope this will just be the beginning of your journey in these topics. Maybe you've already started the journey, maybe you're midway through the journey, but we hope that this can help you continue on that. So enjoy the event, and yeah, have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Lawler. Now let's welcome Professor Jiaxiu Zhang, Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer of Donghai University.
自然是罗处长，然后我们的AIT 的 Miss Julian Loader， 我们的竹山高中的许校长，我们计划主持人台湾师范大学的邱教授，还有我们的主人，这是国立公共资讯图书馆的马馆长，是，还有各位还有许教授，就讲者，恭喜。还有我们的讲者，还有各位与会的嘉宾，还有我们的老师同学们，大家好。我是东海大学的副校长，也是永续长张家修。那正好我们也跟那个国科会的自然处有一个合作，就是在做永续方面的近零碳排的部分的一个计划的规划我想这个是大家都觉得很重要的议题这个我们非常荣幸能够参加这个 U.S Taiwan Sustainability and AI Forum 那这非常因为那个罗处长用中文讲，我就是 follow 他，谢谢罗处长的 demonstration 那我想这样就是说那个 AI 跟 sustainability 事实上是目前全球最重要的议题那我们把这两个议题放在同一个地方来做discussion 我想是非常非常有意义，而且是很重要的一个方向。那我们东海大学也很荣幸，在我们的龙体学务长的那个参与之下，跟台师大 有一个合办协办这个 forum 哈，而且非常荣幸哈，也非常觉得有意义哈。那我想大家都东海大学事实上在4年前就开始推动 AI 哈。我们一个校友也是我的学长，他捐了很多的钱，然后推动 AI。那 AI 我们是在可能今天也会讨论到的议题，就是我们在东海大学的 AI 推动有4个方向，一个就是智慧医疗 ，AI 跟医疗合作；一个是智慧机械，就是一些工业制程方面；一个是 AI 生态，就跟 sustainability 有关；另外一个是 AI 建筑，大家都知道东海大学有很好的建筑系，把建筑跟 AI 结合在一起。那我想这是我们过去在4年来推动 AI 的一个方向。那去年张国恩校长也是以前台师大的校长，来东海大学担任校长之后，他就第一件事情就是请我来建立一个永续办公室，那推动永续发展的一个方向。所以东海大学的这5年来的整个学校的发展的方向，就是大家看到所写的 AI and Sustainability。我想这是也是正好跟这个主题有非常密切的相关哈。那我想，2050年净零碳排是蔡英文总统在应该是3年前announce 的一个愿景哈。那当然这个愿景 announce 之后，最忙的就是可能是科技部、国科会，还有我们这些帮忙推动的人哈。那我想，但是我们2050年呢，现在是2023嘛哈，还有27年。我现在是64岁，加27就是91，所以我不知道能不能看得到净零碳排成功了哈，但是各位一定看得到啊，所以大家应该要有这个应该是一个非常重要的participant 参与者哈，你们可以在里面体验到这整个过程全球在推动 net zero emission 的一个方向啊，但还有一些需要开发的一些政策、技术。还有各式各样的一些策略哈，都是在未来可能会在大家的手上来完成。所以今天大家谈论这个议题，事实上是为了大家自己哈，可能会有新的 market 出现，会有新的 job 出现，也可能会有新的方向或新的那个发展的未来的愿景。我想这个都很重要。那大家在今天讨论的时候，就顺便可以想想看，在10年、20年、30年之后。全世界的状况是怎么样？那这个我们推动永续发展，对大家的未来的生活哈，还有未来的你的生活跟你的下一代小孩的生活要怎么样过下去哈？我想这是一个很有意义，而且可以帮助大家更了解大家的使命，还有大家在这个时代下的一个任务了哈。我想，那当然这个东西永续发展事实上跟 AI 事实上息息相关了哈。因为 AI 这个技术可以用在 AIoT， 可以用在帮助永续发展，譬如说碳盘查的部分，还有环境的监测，还有怎么样去寻找最好的 solution， 去进行这个达到净零碳排的目的，还有一些 life cycle assessment， 那个生命周期的分析，等等，我想这个都用到很多的 AI。那正好我在东海大学在2年前成立的一个。跟这个又完全一样，叫做智慧永续循环经济园区，智慧永续净零碳排园区也就是把 AIoT 的技术跟净零碳排结合在一起。那我在东海大学的第2校区，我们有建立了一个超过4.3公顷的一个园区，然后里面把所有的可能跟 AI 跟永续相关的技术整合在一起。所以大家如果说讨论完之后，如果说你们有什么兴趣，或是想要看看实际的一个示范的场域，欢迎到东海大学来参观哈。我想就在第二校区，在第2校门进去的不远的地方哈。那也可以跟农学务长联络，怎么样？那个我们也会有一个这个的展示。我想，那我觉得非常荣幸能够参加这个会议哈。然后也祝福大家能够等一下能够收获满满哈。那整个会议顺利成功，谢谢。
Thank you, Vice President Zhang. Now let's welcome Dr. Xiangping Ma Director of National Library of Public Information, to say a few words. Thank you.
好的，那我还是用中文哦，因为今天都是我们中部地区在地的学子们。那首先谢谢国科会罗处长，以及我们 AIT 的也是叫做我们翻成叫做罗勒族的文化助理官，还有我们的东海大学的张副校长，以及我们竹山高中的许校长，还有我们的邱，主要是今天的承办我们的邱教授。还有我们徐老师，还有许教授，那还有我们那个康宁的李副总，对，当然今天来了很多我们的邻居哦，中部地区的，刚刚有小民女中、台中一中，还有竹山高中，然后刚刚还有听到彰化、彰中，还有彰女，对吧？彰中、彰女。还有其他的学校，欢迎你们，国资图欢迎你们大家。那刚刚那个东海大学的张副校长跟我说，他是今天第一次踏进我们国立公共资讯图书馆啊。那我们要好好的检讨一下哦。虽然我们是教育部所属的国立馆，但是我们是面向全国，可是同时我们的在地是台中地区哦。那以后我们的这个行销跟宣导要做得更多。好的，那其实。今天的这个主题哦，叫做永续跟人工智慧。那其实能够在图书馆举办，真是意义非凡。根据一项调查哦，我记得是有坊间的民间的调查，未来这几年影响整个世界的人类生活最大的几个重要的议题跟事件，第一个就是永续。那因为永续是普世价值，刚刚邱教授以及国科会的罗处长也提到了，永续的东西其他的层面非常的广，它几乎涵盖了从人类的生活、经济、环境以及未来发展。那第二块就是人工智慧，人工智慧的发展一日千里哦。那去年的 ChatGPT 一出现哦，其实打乱了整个这个叫做人工智慧的一个发展，也快速的让我们去应对。那第三块大家比较少谈到，可是其实它已经在发生了，就是在高龄化之后，以及整个这个整个社会的一个发展，对人类健康怎么样更健康的一个生存者，这三块其实是影响未来人类社会的三个发展趋势。那其实国立公共资讯图书馆，大家可能不知道，我们是一个图书馆，同时也是国内的首座的数位图书馆。我们除了有实体书，还有线上的资源跟电子书。那目前我们正跟东海大学合作。在人工智慧合作，在年底会有个智慧馆员，透过这个人工智慧的一个科技，让未来我们对于这个读者的服务，能够透过更多的科技，让它更多元，而且更便利、更有效率。所以会有智慧馆员，那以后可能会有智慧馆长，馆长可能就要失业了啊，这个是开玩笑。那另外永续这一块哦，大家刚刚进来的时候，不知道有没有看到我们的建筑？其实国资图的建筑本身就是一个绿色建筑。当时在建构这个图书馆新馆的时候，就是从绿色建筑的一个概念来出发。那除了绿色建筑之外，我们做了很多的努力，像我们有太阳能发电，还有中水回收，然后透过人工加智慧的调控，让我们的这个照明也好、用电也好，能够更省电，来回应这个永续以及刚刚讲的净零排放。那我们也会积极的做。那我们刚跟气象署谈过，未来我们在净零排放跟永续这一块，可以做更多的合作跟努力。那当然，作为图书馆最重要的就是把这些知识跟理念推广出去，所以我们办了非常多的研讨会、论坛，还有讲座。像今天的讲座就是把这个讯息跟理念从孩子很小的时候就来教育他、教导他，告诉他永续发展的理念，大家都要尽到一份力量，而不是只有在座的不管是学者或者是学生。所以今天很开心，国资图可以作为这样的一个平台来办理这样的论坛，也期待大家，尤其是我们中部地区的学子们， 在今天的一个学习跟论坛里面都能够收获满满。感谢主办团队，让国资图有机会作为合办的一个单位。谢谢大家，谢谢。
Thank you, Director Ma. Lastly, let's welcome Dr. Hong Mingxu, Principal of National Zhushan Senior High School.
好，谢谢美丽的司仪赵一多秘书长的介绍，还有我们台美永续发展和人工智慧论坛的邱美红邱特聘教授还有我们罗处长，还有 AIT 的 Miss Lola，Hello， 还有我们这个东海大学的张副校长，还有马馆长，以及我们特聘研究员、中研院特聘研究员我们的许研究员，还有因为在座来宾很多了还有我就不一一的称呼各位学者、各位专家，还有我们现场的青年朋友。我看今天的这个大会的官网说，今天还有现场直播。好，如果还有现场直播的话，我们现场直播的观众朋友，大家早安，大家好。我是国立竹山高中校长许宏敏。那我想今天这个地方应该没有人比我更熟悉这个地方，因为我曾经在旁边这个大楼住了20几年。从这个地方是军事的用地围起来，一直开发建设到图书馆成立，这个地方其实我常来所以我跟张教授比起来，我是来很多次的这个地方真好地方，符合今天的主题永续发展呢，它是一个永续发展的一个建筑啦那我想我很荣幸带领我们国立竹山高中的师生一起参与这样子一个盛会那今天呢，我们从竹山一部游览车的师生的人数的量各位都知道，现在在大选年了有时候要聘到游览车测试不容易了所以为了参与这样盛会，我们也是卯足了全力来参加那我想台湾配合了这一个永续发展这个基础科学促进这个国际发展永续年，那办理这样的论坛，探讨人工智慧的议题，还有所谓的永续发展的议题，它包括了近邻跟科学技术，还有教育跟环境的永续发展。特别现在是在少子女化 （low birth rate） 的状态底下，教育的永续发展更是值得大家关心。那尤其是人工智慧的这1、2年来的议题是，我想相当的这一个重要了那我想透过这样的一个论坛，让学者们、专家们以及业界的这一个专家，还有我们在座的青年学子们，共同这样子来参与，这是一个很棒的一个舞台跟平台。那国立竹山高中在大南投地区呢，扮演着推动科学教育的重要角色。那我们为了推动各级学校还有社区的科学教育，我们积极参与了各种活动，包括今天这么棒的一个论坛，是我们很荣幸参加的。那我相信在国科会还有这个 AIT 在台协会，以及我们台师大、东海大学，乃至于我们国立公共资讯图书馆的共同努力之下，规划执行这样的活动。最重要的还有我们今天所有的杰出的发表的学者专家，以及我们青年学子的这一个论坛，我相信今天的活动势必圆满成功。再次代表竹山高中感谢主办单位的邀请，让我们的学生有这个学习的机会。谢谢大家，谢谢。
Thank you for all the great remarks from the distinguished guests. Now we are going to have a group photo of the distinguished guests. Yeah. And also please, the local organizer, Professor Long, please come to the front. Yes. So please sit in the front here. On the carpet, yes. Yeah. So the light won't be shining on your, yeah. 请到中间。 圆的，圆的先给你，圆的，圆的 ，round， yeah. The guests, please stay in the front. Now we invite all the speakers also come to the front. All right, now we are going to have a photo for everybody, okay? And so before we do that, later on, because the camera, so the front 3 rows, the students, please, squeeze into the seats of your fellow students, okay? The front 3 seats. So before we do the big group photo, Professor Chiu and I would like to share with you the IYBSSD slogans, okay? The first slogan, okay? The first slogan is this, and I invite you all to, say it aloud with me, okay? 扎根科学, okay? So people, this part, you see the camera, right? This is the central line. So people here, please say 扎根科学 with me, okay? Okay, 1, 2, 3. 扎根科学.
And then this part of the audience, you need to say 永续台湾, okay? And then we will go to the English next. So okay. Go for the Chinese. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay. Now, so now we say grounded sciences and sustainable Taiwan. We do consecutively. Okay. Yeah. So grounded sciences.
And then 永续台湾，我们就连着讲这样子，它是一个那个我们这次的口号啊。
Sustainable Taiwan, yeah, 对
，OK, 永续台湾 and then sustainable
Okay,
Taiwan.
So 扎根科学，扎根科学，
永续台湾
，Sciences,
sustainable. Wow, excellent.
Okay, and then we also have 4 goals for the IYBSSD activities, okay? And the first one is what? 科学平权, okay? Science for all.
And the second one is the 科学启蒙, science cultivation.
The third one is 全民参与, public engagement.
And the fourth is 国际连结, international connections. So we have 4 goals to accomplish for this IYBSSD, and then we wish to have your cooperation and your effort to put in this. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we are going to have a group photo to get all together, okay? So we wait for Professor Chu to go back to her seat. And then the front 3 rows, you know, you won't be in here. So please go to your schoolmates, okay? Squeeze together, okay, to sit on their seat. To sit together, okay? Yeah? 前面3排的同学，麻烦您去跟同学挤一下，好吗？同学校的同学可以挤一下吗？我的稿子在哪里啊？可以了吗？可以吗？ Yeah, please be seated. Thank you. 请大家坐一下。OK。 Yeah. 好，那麻烦大家呼一下口号哈，大家还记得我们的 slogan 是什么吗？扎根台湾，然后呢？忘记的可以看这里啊。好，扎根科学永续台湾哈。
拍完之后再比一个赞。
好。现在谁最大呢？就是那个 cameraman 最大。他说呢，我们讲完口号之后要干嘛？比个赞，好不好 ？OK， 好，1、2、3，扎根科学，永续台湾，赞 ，OK。
好，赞可以持续吗？来赞，前面站下来，谢谢。
感谢 ，Thank you very much。
谢谢。
All right, now we feel the vibe and energy in the room, right? Okay, yeah. So the first plenary session is about to begin. Let's invite moderator Professor Feng Dilong from Donghai University to introduce our speakers on the topic of sustainability. Welcome, Professor Long.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, everyone. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to introduce the speaker of the section. The first speaker of this section is Professor Huangxiong Xu. Professor Xu was a professor in National Taiwan University and has been a research fellow in Research Center for Environmental Changes, Academia Sinica. He has published several
scientific papers and just got an award. And he was a key person in initiating and organizing 4 national scientific reports, all in Chinese, sponsored by the National Science Council in Taiwan. He has been active in connecting climate science and impact studies. He was a co-author of Introduction to Global Changes in Chinese. It's the first textbook of its kind in Taiwan. Professor Shi has been very active in writing popular science articles and giving lectures to the general publics, from elementary schools students and the students like you, and to the senior citizens. Please join me to welcome Professor Huang Xiong Xu for his speak.
Good morning, students. It's my great honor to be invited here to share with you my view on climate change. So the title is Challenge and Opportunity in Climate Emergence Era. So what I'm going to describe to you in the next 20 minutes, let me set my clock. Okay. Okay. Is to describe to you the adverse climate condition we are facing now, so we can prepare for the worst and do our best. Okay. So, as you know that or notice, the world is continuing warming. The past 12 months was the warmest 12 months in human history, and on the 17th of November this year, the global temperature made a record by exceeding the temperature between in 1850 to 1990 by 2 degrees C. Okay, for that single days, but it continued for several days. Okay, and so the evidence tells us that the global warming is we're pressing on everyone and everything on Earth like an advancing giant. I guess you must have been enjoying watching this Japanese animation. Okay, I certainly do. Okay, so according to IPCC ASIC report, they show this nice figure to demonstrate what generation would face what kind of adverse conditions. For example, I'm the baby boomers, okay, and your younger sister and brother could be like alpha generations, okay, and your father and mother could be like X generation, it's not here, and you are the Z generation, okay. So you will be the first generation to endure the severe impact of the global warming. And you also had a burden to mitigate the conditions. Okay, so you face a lot of challenges, but maybe there's also a lot of opportunities also. So be optimistic while preparing for the worst. Okay, and so that's the condition. So that's why we have this COP28 occurring in Dubai, beginning on November 30th. Okay, so the slogan is to unite, to act, and to deliver. It's very key keywords, very important keywords. So, according to I'm citing this this remark from the president of COP28. Although many people criticize him as a controversial president because he's also a chair of a big national oil company. Okay. And by what he says is to remain on target, that's limiting the warming to 1.5 degrees C. The emission must be halved by 2030. Remember now we are in end of 2023. So we have another 7 years to go, and COP28 is a prime opportunity to rethink, to reboot, and to refocus. Notice the key word, RE, re. Everything is re. So that means what? That means our net zero effort internationally, globally, up to present, has been not so sure and sluggish and also out of focus. So that we need to rethink, reboot, and refocus. And before the COP28, UN released an emission gap report. So it tells us the adverse condition in emission cut. We are not reaching the goal. And the title is A Broken Record. Okay, so the subtitle is Temperature Hit New Highs, yet world failed to cut emissions again, and I would say again, and again. Okay, and the word broken record has actually many meanings. You can think, oh, that's the temperature keep breaking the record. Also, you see, they deliberately a record that's twisted, almost broken. That means our future of emission reduction and the mitigation will be very rocky. Okay. So that's our challenges. That's our mission, to correct this rocky record, rocky future, sorry. So how large is the emission gap? So the emission gap is really huge. If we want to achieve the 2 degrees C goal, our emission cut path should follow this. But if for 1.5 degrees C, the emission cut should be even more dramatic like this. But what's the current condition? Now we are here. That's the current policy scenario. We are heading toward a 3 degrees C. Okay, and if we follow the commitment by all nations, they commit that in 2015, then we are now on this 2 track. So the gap is quite huge. So we need to cut the emission very dramatically by 28% by 2030 if we want to reach the 20 degrees C, 20 degree C goal, and 44% for 1.5 degrees C. Okay, and another bad news up to I gave a talk on Tuesday. Another bad news is released by WCRP, World Climate Research Program. It say, okay, this year's emission, they estimate to be 1.1% more than 2022. So we are continue the emission continue rising. There's no sign of peaking, not to mention the dropping, right? And so they project that the 1.5 degrees C warming likely to occur in about 7 years. Okay, so it's an unavoidable future, even probably 2 degrees C. So what's the condition for for the potential warming? So this table describes to you the peak warming could occur throughout the 21st century, and it says that following the, if we follow the current NDC committed in 2015, so the range could be like 2.5 degrees C and 2.9 degrees C with a 66% of chance. Okay, so the next question is, okay, we have a goal for 1.5 degrees C. So what's the chance? So if the all net zero pledge will match in the near future, okay, other countries commit to the net zero emission by 2050, right, including Taiwan. But what is the chance? The scientific findings tell you it's only 14%. Okay, very a lot of challenge. Okay. So with the high temperature we are facing, and actually science scientific research tells us that higher warming means a higher impact. So these color figures or color pictures tells a lot of story. Nice story about this. Actually, Edward's story not nice at all. It said every fraction of a degree matters. Okay, even 0.1 degree, 0.05 degree matters. Okay, so this is the current condition for the coral reef. If it's warm by 1.5 degrees, it could be reached in the next 7 years. Then 70 to 50%, 90% of coral will disappear. And how about 2 degrees C? Almost everything's gone. Okay, so the condition is really very challenging, and also not just the coral. Of course, the impact is on everything, including the drought and the soil erosion and the wildfire, permafrost degradation, and even the food supply instabilities. So this figure published by IPCC tells us that, again, the higher warming means higher impact and more challenging for adaptation. Adaptation is very important. It's a key word. Okay, so this animation shows you with 1 degree of more warming, then the impact will be larger. So also the adaptation could be even difficult. So that's why we have this Paris Agreement in 2015. We are hoping to cut the emissions so we can limit the warming to 1.5 degrees C. So this is the blue line here, but unfortunately we are now on this track to 2.5 and to 2.9 degrees C. Okay, so also the scientific research tells us low emission would effectively reduce the challenge to adaptation. Okay, so as you see, you see here, this figure here, and also proactive adaptation reduce the impact. So that's what we need to do. We cut emission dramatically, then we have to do adaptation preparation very proactively. And another not so good news is a comment from The Economist in a recent article called "To Adapt or to Die." Okay, and so it says climate change could no longer be minimized, let alone averted. It was locked in. We are locked in. Everything's locked in, and all anyone and any country could do was to adapt and prepare as best they could. So that's what I meant at the very beginning, that prepare for the worst and do our best. Okay, so as you understand, as I described that for the zero transition, mitigation and adaptation are the 2 legs, the key 2 legs. Okay, so mitigation, that means emission cut, or cutting emission dramatically, avoid runaway warming, and with proactively to adapt to the impact, that will lower risk of impact. Okay, so the IPCC report tells us that adaptation is as important as mitigation. They should be done equally, as this ideal case here, but currently condition is not like that. Actually, people or government pay much more attention to mitigation than adaptation. So this condition should be avoided or improved very dramatically, because we're seeing the big warming is coming, is happening. So that's why the young doer say in his recent book called Speed and Scale, he actually also Bill Gates, a lot of people point out the key direction or key words that is to limit the warming to 1.5 degrees C and minimize the impact. We need to speed up and scale up everything, including emission cutting, including a new technology development, including our adaptation. Everything needs to speed up because we don't have much time. The scale needs to be large enough so we can mitigate all the impact or minimize all the impact. Okay. So then we can avert the current track to the 2.5 degrees C and 2.9 degrees C warming. But there are hopes and opportunities. As you may know, that there is a movement called RE100, or organization called RE100, so call for a big industry, a big company, to commit to 100% renewable electricity or even best the energy before 2050. So can you see that most of the international big company already committed make their commitment. Also a big company in Taiwan, they have to do the same thing. So that's a good sign. And also, even a better sign is our study is from Oxford Economics. In this report about 3 months ago, and it said that 2050 net zero transition can produce a green economy equivalent to 10.3 trillion US dollar. That's a lot of dollar. It's very good for economy, right? If we can make the money by correcting the worst condition or the adverse condition, then let's do it. We have the incentive, right? So that equivalent to 5.2% global GDP in 2050. That's quite a lot. So I would suggest to every one of our young students here, or even our more senior person here, everyone can find your shares and spots and also opportunities in climate change. Okay. For example, if you are interested in working on impact, then there's a lot of other things we need to do to prepare or to mitigate the disaster, or to adapt to a disaster, to prepare us more water resources, improve our health, and also ecology and food. I guess the Professor Xu will tell you a lot more about the butterfly and ecology. Also, if you are interested in engineering and science, there's a lot of field you can devote. For example, advanced and renewable or green energies, and negative emissions. I guess many people should know what negative emission is, right? If you don't really understand, check it on the internet. It's a very important concept. And also the how to make the energy or electricity storage more efficient and use energy more efficient. And also about the circular economy. I guess Mr. Fang later will tell you a lot about that. So that includes the transportation, building, food, water resources, ecology, waste, and etc. Many fields. And also you are interested in finance, and Mr. Lee probably tell you something about that, the corporate management, okay. And like something like a ESG, that kind of goal, sustainability goal, and also green finance. Okay. And you are not interested in all of this, and you are interested in politics, you can find your spots. Also in economy, or if you are interested in social issues, you can study the social impacts and social justice for the poor. And also, you are interested in negotiating with other countries. That's what we should improve in Taiwan, is international negotiation. And you can study law, because now many young people actually in the foreign country suing their companies, and even won some cases. Okay, at least there already one case suing in Taiwan, suing our government. Okay. I'm not encouraging you to launch a lawsuit, but that's one aspect you can go. Okay, and also if you can do a lot of things on the literature to encourage the people, to give them a good sign, a good hope, and show that in art, like the carbon I just show you from the emission gap report, and you can work education like today's events, and also you can work on music. A lot of things you can do. So at the end, I like to give you my last word. That is okay. I'm so kind of modified from the Charles Dickenson's the novel. So the winter of despair could be also the spring of hope. Okay. So as I say, prepare for the worst and do our best. And so for each person, be creative and open-minded, and to find your own opportunity, your spot in climate change, and benefit yourself. And even best is you can help save the earth. Okay, so that's my final word to all of you. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you much.
Thank you, Professor Xu, for the great presentation. And now I would like to introduce to you the second speaker for this section, Professor Xu Yufeng Xu. He is the professor of National Taiwan Normal University, and he got the doctorate degree from Department of Environmental Science Policy and Management, University of California at Berkeley. And he has so many interest experience. I'm going to just choose some of them. The first one is the director of Butterfly Society of Japan, and the vice president of the Butterfly Society of Japan, and the other very distinguished achievement that he got. Now, please join me to welcome Professor Xu for giving the speech.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. So Professor Chu and Director Ma and all the guests. Okay. Sorry, I broke my collarbone. In a field work just 1 month ago. So I dressed casually. Okay. So today I'm going to talk about butterflies. And why talk about butterflies? Firstly, butterflies are very, sensitive to the environmental changes. And in terms of biology, butterflies might be the best known, in all insects. We know about the biology. So we know which species are sensitive to the environments, and the other species can tolerate the environmental changes. Okay, and secondly, I want to talk about butterflies because Taiwan is very famous for butterflies, and I think many of you probably know we have the title called the Butterfly Kingdom, and do you know why we are called the Butterfly Kingdom? Probably not very many people know, So I'm going to give you some reason, okay? Oops. All right, this is my title, okay? I want to talk about our butterfly kingdom under the environmental changes, okay? Okay, firstly, the study of Taiwan butterflies actually has a very unusual beginning. The very first scientific paper on butterflies of Taiwan was published by Alfred Wallace. Wallace, is called the father of geography. Okay, so he is one of the best known scientists. Okay, and he published the very first scientific paper about Taiwan butterflies with the title like this. List of the lepidoptera insects collected at the Takao. Do you have an idea what Takao is? 打狗. That's Kaohsiung. Okay? And the material he studied were collected by Robert Swinhoe. Do you have idea who he is? 斯文豪树啊 you know, okay? So he published the very first paper in 1866, okay? And actually, only a few decades later, Taiwan was already very famous for butterflies. So I found this very interesting advertisement in a German insect journals, you know, published in 1910. You know, it's a Formosa, you know, and say many butterflies for sales, you know. You know, so that's over 100 years ago. Taiwan was already famous for butterflies, okay? And then later, you know, I mean, after the World War II, you know, Taiwan was very poor, you know. And before the computer chips, we need something, you know, to earn money, okay? So some people at that time, you know, I mean, the butterflies came to their minds, you know, they thought that might be a good resources for us to have some income, you know. So they developed this so-called the butterfly industry, you know, in the 1950s to 1970s. So at that time, many butterfly specimens were sold to everywhere, you know. So as you can see, they converted the butterflies into a variety of the products, like the tablecloths or even painting. You know, this Napoleon painting is totally, you know, made from butterfly wings. Okay, and so according to you know T.R. New, okay, in his famous book Butterfly Conservation, it said the annual sales estimated between 15 to 500 million butterflies per year, you know, at that time, with a cash value U.S. dollar 2 to 30 million. That's a lot of money at that time. Okay, so. I think this is a very good reason why the people in the world know Taiwan is famous for butterflies. When I was in the U.S., I spent 7 years in the U.S. For my degree. Okay, I went to many museums and many universities to study their specimens, and I found there are many Taiwan butterflies in all of them. Okay, so that means. A long time ago, the butterflies of Taiwan were sold to all those institutes, you know. However, I mean, the other reason why Taiwan is famous, I mean, can be called the butterfly kingdom is because, you know, Taiwan, the Taiwan butterflies is rich in species. Okay, so we also have many endemic species. So in Taiwan, we have about 430 species of butterflies. You may not be too impressed by this figure. However, I have to you know, share with you that I stayed 7 years in California, okay? And California is quite famous for butterflies to entomologists, okay? And California, you know, the size of California is over 10 times bigger than Taiwan. Do you know how many butterfly species exist in California? 170. You know, so it's much bigger but less species. Okay, so I think that's a figure you can keep in mind. Okay, so why there are so many species of butterflies in Taiwan? I think one of the important reasons is that Taiwan actually receive butterflies from many different sources. Okay, like the mountain fauna is basically related to continental Asia. Okay, these are some examples. Okay, see this species, Shibataniopsephulus quaffii, the closely related species can be found in southern China. And this one, Horaca lausanus, the only relative of this species is in northern Laos, in Indochina. Okay? And this Teratozephyrus elatus, the only relative species exists in Qinling of western China. Okay? And this Potensis diffusus, the relative occurs in Japan, Korea, and northern China. Okay? So as you can see, I mean, all these species you found in Taiwan have relatives in different parts of the continental China, continental Asia. Okay? And besides, we also have some species from oceanic elements. Okay? So this species you probably know. Okay? We call that 大笨蝶. Stupid butterfly. Okay? And this species we know is not from continental Asia because it doesn't exist in continental Asia. Okay? It occurs in the Southeast Asia. Okay? So we know it is from probably from Philippines. But it's kind of funny that in different parts of Taiwan, you see different color pattern of the caterpillar, meaning they were probably from different islands of the Philippines. It's quite complicated, okay? And this one, Catopylops ancilla, was from the Philippines for sure, And we also have many endemics because Taiwan the geographical features and the climate pattern is quite diverse. Okay, so favorable for diversification of the species. For example, like this very pretty species called the Eusalia formosana. So it's an endemic species and has a scientific name called formosana. Okay, and its life history is quite interesting. Like the eggs looks like a coronavirus, Okay, and the caterpillar looks like a spider web, And the pupa, if you look at it upside down, it looks like a Totoro, in Japanese animation. Okay. So, according to the classification of islands by Wallace, Taiwan belongs to the so-called continental island. Okay, so continental island has more species. However, the endemism should be low, but Taiwan still have a lot of endemic species. Okay, so it's very special, and one of the reasons why, Taiwan has so many interesting species is because of the location of Taiwan. The location of Taiwan is, a long time ago, the land of the earth is kind of like divided into two parts. One in the north called Laurasia, and the other in the south called Gondwana. Okay, so the Laurasia and the Gondwana are quite different in terms of the biota, the plants and the animals. Okay, but Taiwan is in an interesting position. Okay, as you can see, Taiwan is roughly here. Okay, so basically Taiwan belongs to the Laurasia part, the northern continent. However, the Southeast Asia, many of them were from the south. They belong to the Gondwanian. Okay, but the Gondwanian part elements move northward and come to a position very close to Taiwan. So they bring some species into Taiwan. Okay, so now you can see Taiwan is here, and this is Java. Okay, as you can see, this land. Do you have idea why it is? It's Luzon. Luzon was near the equator, but it moves northwards. Okay, it's going up and up. Okay, then as you can see, keep moving. and Taiwan is here. So the islands of the Philippines, they were in the along the equator and move upward. Finally, reaching the position very near Taiwan, so it can bring some species to Taiwan. Okay, that's why Taiwan has so many species from different sources. Okay. However, the butterfly industry began to decline in the 1980s. Okay, and basically we no longer have a so-called butterfly industry now. Okay, now largely due to the considerable degree of butterfly resources. But of course, we don't like to kill butterflies now. Okay, and the possible causes of the decrease includes the habitat loss involving agriculture and the so-called civilization, including like urbanization. Okay, and the introduction of the exotic organisms, and also climate change. Dr. Su just instructed us. Okay. And overcollecting. Okay, this is just a shot of the Alisan. You know, Alisan in Chiayi used to be a very famous place for butterflies. But look at this place now. It's only Binlang. Okay, it's covered by the Binlang plantation. Okay, so I think I only have like how many minutes left? 10, 5. 6 minutes, okay. I'm going to share some stories with you. I hope I have enough time, okay? So you can see a lot of changes about our butterflies, okay? This is a funny example. This butterflies was very rare when I was a student, okay? It feeds on cycads, you know, cycads, sutie. And long time ago, the native cycad in Taiwan only occur in the southwest Taitung, so very rare. Okay, but you know, like in the 1990s, suddenly we introduced a lot of exotic cycads into Taiwan. Okay, so these butterflies become a pest. It was a rare species, and suddenly become a pest. You know. Because we introduced the exotic cycads. See, you can destroy all the foliages of cycads, okay? Like this, okay? All the cycads can be destroyed, okay? And not only that, they become an invasive species, you know, conquer the world, okay? Okay, so, no, the population, originated from Taiwan, has been found invading Korea and Japan. Okay. And this species is a quite pretty swallowtail butterfly called the Papiliocersus. Okay. When I was a kid, it was very common in Taipei. Okay. But it declined considerably in 1980s, and now vanished. You know, you no longer can find this species in Taipei, okay? And quite sad, mainly due to the urbanization, you know, the pollution, okay? And these are two, similar species of the nymphatic butterflies called the Symplensia, okay? So the one on the left is called the Symplensia formosana. It's an endemic species in Taiwan, okay? And the species on the right is called the Symplensia lilae. Okay, it is widespread in the Oriental region. Okay, they have a very similar morphology and biology. Okay, and this one was first introduced to Taiwan in 2004. Okay, and now in Yangmingshan, you know, Yangmingshan in northern Taiwan, this one was very common over there. But now, totally gone. You know, all competed by this one. Okay? We just finished the 2-year survey of Yangmingshan National Park, the butterfly fauna. No, we couldn't find it. Okay, it's gone. Okay? And the Shibata neozephyrus crofui, okay, is a mountain species, okay, associated with Taiwan beach, a plant radix in distribution in a cool and wet climate. Okay, this butterfly was found in 1992. Okay, quite recently. Okay, and in a 10-year-long survey, my team did. Okay, we found these butterflies can survive only in a large size forest. Okay, so like this, these are the size of the beech forest in Taiwan. Okay, and we found these butterflies can only survive in the biggest patch of the forest. So actually, according to equilibrium theory of island biogeography by the famous ecologist of Harvard University, E.O. Wilson, okay? He is called the father of biodiversity, okay? And he said, when the habitat islands become 1 to 25 kilometers in size, the extinction rate of the first 100 years will be 10 to 50%. And the extinction highest in the small patches. And it rises steeply when the area drops below 1 kilometers. No, one square kilometers. As you can see, none of these population are larger than 25, square kilometers. Okay. So, and according to the climate niche modeling, okay, the beech forest in Taiwan, okay, will be reduced to 7% of today's area by the end of this century. That means these butterflies will almost certainly, extinct by that time. Okay, so that also means your son probably won't see it. Okay. And besides, collectors are like this one. Okay, you can see, the specimens of these butterflies, on the sale in eBay. Okay, and that's terrible actually. Okay, and I think many of you are probably know the purple butterfly, or called the crow butterfly, 紫斑蝶, is very popular in Taiwan. Okay, so people even built a fence, along the highway during the migratory season to avoid the cars to hit them. However, many of you probably do not know a fact. The largest species of the purple butterflies is already extinct. Now, it's called the 大紫斑蝶, okay? The Euparoia phenorata, okay? It was the largest species in Taiwan, and it's an endemic subspecies. And the last specimen with reliable data was collected in 1963, okay? And the extinction may be related to the loss of the tropical mangrove salt forest in southern Taiwan, okay? And this is another species used to live in the foothills of Yangmingshan, okay? So in Shilin Beidou, okay? And the last specimen was found back to 1939. So probably due to the urbanization of Taipei, And this Lysander butterflies was last collected in 1940, okay? Because if these are orchids, and people in Taiwan used to like to collect orchids, okay? So that might be a reason, because the overcollecting of orchids, resulting in its extinction, okay? And this is a very strange case. It's called the Papilio macon, okay? Used to inhabit the rocky cliffs in the central part of Taiwan. Nobody has seen it after the 1921 earthquake. I don't know why. What's the reason the earthquake can result in the extinction of a butterfly? Okay, but it is a fact. Nobody have seen it. after 1999. Okay, so probably due to the landscape change, due to the earthquake and the climate change. Okay, and this butterfly was one of the species described by Wallace, in 1866. Okay, but the last specimen in Taiwan was found in 1932. Okay, because this species lived in the grassland, but in Taiwan, our grassland has been replaced by exotic, weeds. Okay, and also the farming. Okay. So my take-home message is that Taiwan is rich for butterfly resources, so both in species number and abundance. So that's why we are called the butterfly kingdom. And there are very good ideal indicators for environmental health, environmental changes. Okay, but already at least 5 species of our native butterflies have already gone extinct. Okay, so we really need to pay more attention to understand the requirements of the survival of our butterflies. So we want to keep our, butterfly kingdom. Because, if butterflies are with us, that means our environments are still in good health. If they are gone, so is our environments. Okay, so this is what I want to share today. Thanks a lot. Okay.
Thank you for sharing so many beautiful pictures of the butterflies. The next speaker is Mr. Arthur Huang. He got the degree from Cornell University and the Graduate School of Design from Harvard University. And it's a very great pleasure to have this opportunity to introduce him. And he was trained as an engineer, architecture, and got the degree from Cornell and Harvard University, and recognized by the World Economic Forum as the technology pioneer. So let's join me to welcome him to share his experience and all the achievements with you.
Hello, everyone. Should we do this in Chinese or English? Chinese, please, right? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. First of all, thank you for both Professor Xu, both Xus, the professors, for the very sad lecture. The reason is because these facts are very daunting for me and for everyone. And you can imagine, as a student, I've been hearing this for how long, right? So I'm 46 this year, so since I was in high school, I've been hearing about diversity loss. I've been hearing about climate change, and there's nothing I feel like I need to do something about it, but there's nothing we can do, okay? Because are we going to go to field work and save the butterfly? You can't, because how can you save the city from expanding? Can you save the city from expanding? Can you stop your parents from buying a new car? Can you stop buying a house at Qiqi, and have no decoration in your house? Can you? Can you stop buying that Nike shoes, like what I'm wearing? Okay. Can you stop buying your iPhone? Stop looking at Netflix? Because all those things cause carbon footprint. Can you stop the economic growth of the United States, of China, of Taiwan? Can you stop Corning from making glass so you can have a beautiful screen to look at? None of that thing that I just talked about, you cannot stop. The reason is because we are all part of that problem. So I want to switch my lecture a little bit so it's right away relate to you and also relate to me. So by the way, one thing that you will notice about me, everywhere I go, even on my daily life, I only wear the stuff I make for myself. Out of trash. Okay, I work with Nike, I smoke the cigarettes, I work with PMI with also an American company that turns into a Swiss company. Yeah, but do you see what I mean? Like, you can do something about that yourself. The jacket I'm wearing, I've been wearing it since 2016. I made a special fabric for Nike, and then it was designed for ACG. Do you guys know ACG? ACG is like an all-condition gear. And so I was in Tibet, bringing our machine in Tibet. And I was wearing this jacket, so it has to fang feng, it has to have all kinds of performance specification. But we have one particular specification that we want to add. This is related to what I'm going to be talking about. Okay, it has to have a lowest footprint, embedded footprint, because if you manufacture anything, it has a footprint associated with that. You breathe, you eat, it has a footprint associated with that. Okay? The second thing is toxicity footprint. Most of the jackets has bromide for waterproofing, and we want to reduce using the bromide. Okay? And the second thing we want to reduce is we also want to have the fiber has to be 100% from recycled polyester chips. Now is quite a commonplace, but if you go back to 2015, this is very rare. Most of the manufacturing do not have recycled polyester yarn. Okay, and by the way, this jacket, both the inner jacket and the outer jacket are made from recycled polyester, yeah? And what's also interesting on the outer jacket is we added rice husk from Taiwan. And why we added rice husk? Because it needs high abrasion. High abrasion means when you rub in a tough condition in the mountains, for example, you need high abrasion. High abrasion, you need to add a lot of silica inside the fiber, so it has abrasion resistance. Okay, so we add organic silica, amorphous one, from the rice husk in Taiwan. We got the rice husk from Taitung. Okay, so if you think about it, this jacket, it's super expensive. This jacket 比一台车子还贵. If you think about that, so I'm showing off to you. I'm showing off, literally showing off to you. So any rich guy that come over, drive their Bentley or drive their Porsche on the road, I say my jacket costs more than your Porsche. Yeah? Isn't that more of a show-off? Is that more of a show-off than those guys who wears an expensive watch? Yeah? I want to show you my watch. Yeah? My watch probably costs more than a couple of Rolexes combined. Why? Because I made it. Well, but not I made it. I custom made it, right? I went to pick up a 1871 pocket watch, 怀表, and I put it back together. I built a case over it, and then I built the fabric. So, I mean, do you see, this is a change of mindset of what value is, what a demand is. So, but by the way, I love doing every part of this innovation process. I also want to show you this name card I just received from Donghai University. This name card, I was teaching in Donghai University 20 years ago as a young lecturer, okay, after I graduated from Harvard. And, you know, this is graphic design, yeah? I designed the name card. I know exactly how I built it. I drew it on AI myself, yeah? Did you see how low the R&D I have to do to prove that I'm worth it. I matter. As a young professor, all this thing I do, you do it for fun, for the love, for free, you know? Just because you want to have a nice name card for the university. You think the name card looked like crap. So I told the president, can I help you to design a name card? You know, this is not very sustainable. Can we put a recycled content? Oh, 那防水有问题啊, the fingerprint, Okay, can we add a PE more on top? You know, there's a lot of discussion that go into every one of these R&D projects, from as simple as a name card, to following your mission, to the shoes I'm wearing, to the jacket I'm wearing, underwear, sorry, unfortunately still not recycled, because there is所谓的 safety concern still using recycled material. And it's, by the way, recycled material, one of the biggest problems is 你穿不下去, 你穿不久, yeah, because it's wet and it's hot. So how do you deal with that? There's a lot of pre-existing condition. You can use a lot of technology or manufacturing technology. You can solve many of that, but many of that is missing. So I think that should, and by the way, in Taipei, the Flower Expo, that museum thing that's still there is built by us a long time ago. But what we also did is, what people doesn't know is that we also built a factory to make the building. So our idea is always to, and this is an image of the coffee cup your parents probably drink. You guys probably can't drink coffee yet, but this is not recyclable, by the way, okay? But there's a lot of greenwashing going around for the last 30 or 40 years. So we have a lot of problems, but you also get a lot of greenwashing because all this is printed with recycled sign. By the way, we work with Starbucks on the highest level. So, and we work with Nike and all these big American companies. But in reality, they are also trying to test you. I just want to say, test you, your knowledge. So that for the generation, you have a responsibility to make that purchasing decisions. For example, when you go to Starbucks, they will naturally give you a paper cup without you asking. Why? Because of insurance. Because if they did not wash the cup properly, they might get sued, just like McDonald's. So they will give you single-use disposable. But if you're willing to take a chance, like I want a cup, they will give it to you. So for example, on your purchasing decision, the fact that you're doing that, a lot of people are doing that, they will stop the paper cup. Do you see what I mean? They will stop the paper cup because they are paying attention to the consumer behavior of what you are choosing. And I know a lot of people say this is greenwashing. Yes, it is greenwashing. But without that initial test of greenwashing, and you are not participating in the greenwashing, none of this will become reality. Okay, so unfortunately, what we are dealing with, single-use waste, including metal, plastic, all the clothes that you're wearing has some sort of plastic in it, yeah? Okay, so pretty much you, and by the way, this room, you know, mostly plastic, and by the way, the only thing I see that is a little bit low carbon for this building, supposedly green, is this. This is wood fiber chips with cement. By the way, you will show, we actually compare this product with some other product in terms of carbon footprint. Okay, so I just wanted to give you a concept very clearly, is that carbon footprint is embedded footprint. And there's also associated with the operation and toxicity footprint. But if you don't take care of them, they're just going to be like this. And good thing plastic is not so toxic. Imagine if this is nuclear waste, yeah? But it's not. Good thing, it's not reactive, yeah? It's not so reactive. Imagine this is metal. Wow, this is going to be a problem. Okay, and so we take inspiration from lots of all cultures, like Rome. Supposedly Western society is built based on this paradigm of architecture. So if you like beautiful things, a lot of beautiful buildings are coming from Rome, Roma, right? And then the Pantheon is the ultimate. It's a merge of technology, material science, construction technique, and also resource recycling technique because the actual structure is actually made from amphora and lots of existing building waste. So they're taking the most efficient ways, take whatever material that's on site, put it back into the building, and then put a glue and glue everything together. And then, oh, it still has to look a little bit more expensive, so we put marble and brick on top. Do you see? That's very much the same way how the Qi building is being built today. Okay? But we are not smarter than them because we are using higher carbon footprint than ever compared to what these buildings are. And so all that white is actually made from that material. Okay, so the missing data and the AI part. I think everybody did some recycling today, I hope, yeah? But only 6% get collected, okay? And from that 6%, I learned a lot from Taiwan's manufacturing older professional. I don't want to say older, I meant that in the most respectful way. Most of the Taiwan wealth and many of the manufacturing know-how is stuck in the age between 60 to 80-year-old 的这些老板们. These factory owner, they have all the knowledge of all the manufacturing technique. So I've been trying to collect all these manufacturing technique to help me to turn these material back into a product that can make money. Okay, so these data are missing. Okay, so that's why we're trying to use AI to bridge that data gap. Okay, collecting data and able to control those machineries. The next, of course, is why doing this? Architecture is over 50% of global footprint. Embedded and operational is architecture. So if you want to care about environment, to stop that city from building, encroaching on the natural landscape, you better be in the architecture field. So everybody trying to sell you that you should be in this field, right? You're going to later say, Corning, you should be in the glass field. You're going to be technology field. But you know, technology is everywhere. So you can choose your field. You can choose your battle. But why very little people choose architecture? This is very simple. No money in it. Okay? No money in it. So we trying to solve that. Okay? We were trying to make sure that people understand there's money in it and you can also do good to the environment.
We want to matter.
This is just a video, and then I think I'm kind of done with what I'm going to say.
We want to matter to the sustainability of our community.
Is it possible we can make it louder?
In many ways, it is our mission to change consumer behavior into a circular one. It is the only way for us as a species to sustainably consume our limited resources. Overconsumption is a complex system problem. There is no single miracle cure. We want to matter by proving human consumption can be satiated with our very own trash. We have dedicated ourselves to turning decades of environmental pollution into solutions that will enable us to live sustainably. We want to matter, so we turn ourselves into magicians of trash, inventing new ways of transforming our everyday trash into high-performance works of art. We turn milk packaging into the hottest sportswear fashion, plastic bottles into luxurious textile, cigarette butts into furnitures and glasses, using fashion and apparel waste into luxurious home furnishings, masks, PPE into cell phone chargers, single-use medical waste material into hospitals, using smart AI technology to make decentralized recycling, upcycling possible today.
We head to Taiwan for this report, a company designing solutions to overcome a mounting problem of a mountain of trash. From furniture to hospital wards, all built from waste, one CEO is on a mission to revolutionize recycling.
His team has used waste to develop over 1,200 different materials for use in construction, a company turning different kinds of waste, like plastic bottles, into materials for buildings and products across the world.
We want to matter, but unfortunately we are out of time. Please join us in upcycling today's local pollution into circular ESG building solutions of the future.
Okay, last thing I want to say is, by the way, I just came back from COP28. And I also want to warn you guys with this word, ESG. ESG is turning into a toxic word. So in every report, please do not mention ESG anymore. The reason is because ESG financing collapsed. So please do not use this word because you got to come up with a new word. Every year they come up with a new word. No, you come up with a new word, but in reality, it's still the same thing. Stop growth. Hey, anyone, when did that curve of carbon footprint or the temperature or the consumption of energy ever reduce? Do you guys know? Since in the last 80 years? Wow, okay, of course. During COVID, it reduced by almost half. A third, right? A third. That's the only time it reduced. Have you guys seen a lot of TV shows and science fiction or whatever, or even movies? It's all about reducing population by half. Yeah? Okay. So, guys, saving carbon footprint, stop having babies. Yeah? Okay? Which is great. Yeah, stop. And if you cannot stop having baby, can you stop buying stuff? And that's all bad for the, it's all bad, right? It's all bad. I just want to say, so to me, this is a cultural war. This is a cultural, my parents do not agree what I say, by the way. Yeah, okay. And I'm not very popular among the older generations. It's because they don't agree with whatever thing that come out of my mouth, right? So that's the truth. I mean, that is the truth. And this is a generation you can check every information. But if you want to do something, stop buying stuff. That's as simple as that. If you want to buy stuff, make sure you choose the right greenwashing campaign to give a vote, because that will potentially lead to a better solution. Okay? And please don't be so risk adverse, because since you buy so little now, you buy so little, be more less prone to risk. You know, like Taiwan has the highest density of Porsche. Do you know that? This is very scary. Yeah? The best-selling car in 2022 is Mercedes-Benz C-Class. CLK, I think. The SUV. More than Toyota RAV4. Okay. So you gotta understand, there is a lot of wealth in Taiwan. Okay? And they are unconscious about this consumption. Okay? So no matter what type of environmental study you have, stop your parents from buying that car. Yeah? Stop parents from redecorating their house, right? Stop them from moving. That is the biggest carbon footprint you can reduce ever in your lifetime. But I know it's impossible, so we have to figure out a way, and that is our opportunity. And I leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, especially showing off the business cards that you designed. Okay, for the next speaker is Xiaokang Li, Director of Government Affairs and Communications, Corning Display Technology Taiwan Company. Over 20 years experience in public affairs, including government affairs, communications, community relationships, and cooperate social responsibility and the media. He strategic planner to develop a company external strategy by establishing key stakeholders relations, CSR and advocacy to government. He successfully integrated synergized government affairs and communications functions in Taiwan to support Corning's business growth in Taiwan. Now please join me to welcome Director Xiaokang Li. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. "20 more minutes, you will have break and food," okay? And Arthur, I don't know how I can deliver my sharing after your speech, because I'm going to talk about ESG later. But yeah, I'll try. Okay. Yeah, I need to. It's really stressful. I'll let you know later. After Arthur's sharing. I'm very happy to be here in Taichung because Corning has largest, until today, we have our largest single investment is in Taichung Science Park. Arthur told me our largest facility is in China. That's true. But since some of our facilities are subsidized by Chinese government, so for the single Corning invest company facility is in Taichung, near in Science Park, and it should be near to your school. It's not too far from your school in the central Taichung area. And this is my first page. In the beginning of this session, you heard, you may know, since you are all here in person, but we have live stream, right? And a couple of days ago, we had a session in Kaohsiung. And on that session, I shared the link to my daughter in advance. So my daughter, who is studying the university now, so it's just a few years older than you. And I asked her after I got back home, I say, how's today's sharing, your daddy's sharing? She said, yes, but the key word is, the key sentence is after but, right? And she said, do you feel stressful after Arthur's talking? And thanks God, she didn't have the link today because Arthur speaks pretty different from 2 days ago. And I say, why? She said, Arthur's presentation was so eye-catching. You have already seen that. And Daddy, your first page is like this. It's a big difference. And Arthur's style is, his wearing is close to younger generation. And why do you need to dress like that? And today I found that's very expensive jacket. And for me, it's so I don't know how I can deliver this speech. But as a manufacturing company, right now we have a lot of stakeholders from government, from customers, or from supply chain. You can see from this page. I won't walk through because my daughter has already complained that this slide is not eye-catching, attractive at all. But I have to list down all the requirements and our goals to you, for your reference. But today, I will just use three cases for Corning to share with you. And after I talked to my daughter, I found the problem. One of the problem from this page is if you change Corning to any other manufacturing company, that works. That makes sense. Which means for all the goals from the manufacturing industry, probably we have slightly different goals, but I think the trend or the high-level goals are pretty same. Okay, so I will use Corning specific cases to share with you today. Okay, you heard about Corning, so I'll give you a quick introduction. about Corning and also let you know our corporate governance. We are a pretty old company. We founded in 1851. So, you can tell the dress, my dress and Arthur's dress. Sorry, I keep mention about Arthur. So from this company is over 170-year company, and we talk about sustainability today. So actually, from these companies from 1851, it tells this is a sustainable company because we survive and even growth in past century. And we located in the upstate New York. It's a U.S. company, and our focus is material science. The material include glass, ceramic, and fiber optics. We just do what we are good at. That's the key element we can survive for over 100 years. And those material science, I'll show you where you can find Corning. Oh, and the track of innovations, another key element to survive for Corning to survive over 100 years is innovation. So from this page, you can see all the technologies and product we have. But a hidden message I would like to explain to you here is you can see 2 rows here, right? From 1877 until 2017. And, but the first row, upper row, is almost 100 years. And the second row with the similar amount of product or technologies is just for like a couple decades. Why is that? It's because all the life cycle for the products now in recent years are so short. And we need to keep innovating to make sure we can survive in the market. Okay? And I'll show you a video.
Where is Corning? Some may say a town in upstate New York. Population, 10,709. And they wouldn't be wrong. But that's not the only place Corning is. Because Corning is a company that changes entire industries with its technology by partnering to create innovations that would turn the heads of sci-fi writers. When you ask where is Corning, it's here, 4,200 miles away, at the bottom of the Atlantic, part of hundreds of millions of miles of fiber optics, connecting countries, continents, and billions of people around the world. It's also here, in that super tough yet sensitive interface between you and your phone. It's here, 340 miles above the Earth's surface, in the Hubble telescope, in its optics, and here, in the glass on the International Space Station. It's here, in the screens we view every day, producing unsurpassed clarity in every size, from the colossal to the compact. It's here, in the ceramic filters that make the air we breathe cleaner. But Corning is only part of the equation, because our spirit and drive can be scaled at speed when we partner with customers who want problems solved, turning hypotheticals into innovations. Here, here, and here, oh, and here, and here, and here. Corning, we put ourselves into everything.
Okay, now you know Corning is everywhere in your daily life now. So the first case I'd like to share with you is about our product. You know, our corporate governance is related to innovation. We try to focus on what we're good at. That's our key business strategy. And when we go to the product, of course, we want to sustain our technologies and product. So another short animation I'm going to show you is how Corning make glass. Okay, you know the glass material is silicon dioxide, and that's the sand we play in the beach, but we use high quality sand to put in the melting tank. That's over 1,000 degrees Celsius. In this big melting tank, we melted the sand become molten glass, and we put an iso pipe. ISO pipe, this is a V-shaped ISO pipe. So when it's full, it's overflow from both sides, and it connected to one piece of glass. And in the room temperature, it will cool down, become the glass, and the thickness can be 2 millimeter. And if it flows faster, it will be 0.1 millimeter, which is 100 micron. So it's pretty thin. It's like a paper or a little bit thicker than paper. And that's the glass substrate we produce. But from the animation, you may not tell how large of the glass. It's around the probably the half size of this big screen. So it's around 3.5 meter by 3.5 meter. It's pretty large and very thin. This is how Corning make glass and what our glass look like, and it can use to the large screen like LCD TV or to even the smart watch. By the way, I just use Garmin, not like a very expensive watch there. But the cover glass, since like this kind of smart wearable device, we also need a very tough glass. I'll explain to you later. Okay, so this is our LCD glass. We make a very high quality and large, thin glass substrate. So the innovation is not stopped yet. We focus on what we could add, I mentioned. And what I like to demonstrate to you is if I say our glass is large and high quality, that's not enough. In 2007, that was the first iPhone launch, the first generation of iPhone launch. And at that time, Steve Jobs asked Corning to make a cover glass for iPhone because he would like to have a high quality smartphone at that time. And he considered the glass is much better than plastic, the quality. But the glass is fragile. So what they need to do is have a strengthened glass and for consumer use. So now I need a volunteer. Can I have one volunteer? Raise your hand. Okay. Welcome. Yeah. What's your name? Eric. Okay. Yeah. So I'll have Eric be on the stage, and I have I should have three pieces of glass. The conditions are all the same. Sorry. Okay. The glass conditions are all the same. It's all 1.1 millimeter thick. Okay, and it's all the transparent glass, Eric, you can see here, and it's covered by a plastic protection. And I would like to ask Eric to help me to break the glass, okay? We have a large venue here, so you may not see it clear, but you can listen to that. First is, this is non-strengthened, right?
Yeah. Non-strengthened soda lime.
Okay. Soda lime is like window glass, and it's non-strengthened. Non-strengthened means it is fragile, so you can try it. This is a metal stick, and you can use this side and press it. Eric. Oh, okay. You heard the sound, right? Okay. It's broken to few pieces. So I don't think you press very hard, right? Okay. And the second one is?
Strengthened soda lime.
Okay, strengthened soda lime glass. So that means it has been chemical strengthened already. Okay. Wow. Did you push harder?
Yeah.
Okay, a little bit harder, but it's broken. It's broken. So the third one is
Gorilla Glass 2.
Yeah, this is the second generation. The first generation was from 2007, and this was the second generation. It's a few years after 2007. So Eric, try it again. Try to break it. No? Okay.
I've seen it destroyed many times because I think the plastic protection is quite destroyed, but the glass is. Yes, yeah, it's okay.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, we have a small gift, and the reason why I ask Eric here, I'm not a street vendor to sell the glass to you, but the purpose for this demonstration is I like to show you the same glass with the innovation we can do differently. And we can help for the product we need. Okay, so that's how we can sustain our products. Okay, and the next to show you is again. Oh, but before that, you cannot imagine how stressful I am today because. In the beginning, Professor Xu also mentioned about the increase of carbon emission. And now I put this page is about carbon reduction in few years later. So I'm not going to discuss this with you. The other industry companies, they also provide a similar goal. What I want to show you is back to glass again. I showed you this video earlier, but I didn't describe these details. It says forged in fire, formed in air. What does that mean? You can see from the animation and this image. The molten glass, there is over 1,000 degree, right? I have already mentioned that to you. And when it flow to a glass substrate in the room temperature, usually it always will have a lot of bubble and blister in the glass. That's similar to when you put water in the freezer and when it become ice, you see a lot of small bubble inside, right? Similar to glass, it always have a small bubble and blister in the glass. And how can we remove that? From the textbook from the school, teachers told us we need to use arsenic, 砷酸好重金属 heavy metal. Arsenic to remove the bubble and blister. That's we call in the glass industry, we call arsenic is a fining agent for the glass. So we can remove the bubble and blister, and so the glass substrate will look much better. And when we put in the as a LCD panel, it won't have any problem to see the clear, high resolution images. Okay, so it was really a formidable challenge for scientists when we try to remove heavy metal from the composition, because for years, the industry always used arsenic and other heavy metal to remove bubble and blister. Our scientists spend a lot of time in the lab, and they found the different composition to not to use heavy metal and halides, those toxic material, to make the glass. So since from 2006, from here you can see we have already eliminated for over 800 truckload of heavy metal. That is very important. Why? Because when I want to replace my cell phone, I may throw it. And if that includes heavy metal in the glass, that will hurt the environment. And when when the company try to recycle the cell phone, and take the heavy metal out, that costs a lot of money. So if we can eliminate heavy metal in the very beginning, that would help our environment a lot. Okay, and the last case I want to share with you is regarding, we have company sustainability, technology, people sustainability, and people is one of the key elements for a company. So I like to talk about people sustainability. D&I is also a hard term in addition to sustainability, you may heard, and that's also for many multinational companies focused, and it's, as I know, it's also AIT's focus in recent years. What I want to share with you is in the industry or in the company, there are a lot of measures like what I put here. Especially for the pay equality. Pay equality is pretty critical and important, but again, I won't go through those details. What I want to share you is just a small case, but it matters. Our HR and employee relations team, they know D&I is important, but they interview almost all our female employees in manufacturing site, try to learn what they really need. And they found some employees may, especially for female employees, they may want to have better job opportunities, or they expect after they having baby, they can still have a good career development in the company. However, for a certain percentage of other employees, especially for female employees, they would like to stay at home longer to be with their children. So they would like to have flexible working hours. When their children is sick, they would like to send them to clinic, or they would like to have a more stable job, not like to consume too long work time, and they would like to leave work on time. So when they really find out what they need, company can make the policy to provide a better work environment for those employees. And that's also why Corning, we are happy to receive 2 major D&I awards this year in Taiwan. And the last one I like to share with you is related to youth. After a few years later, you will go to college. If you are going to college in Taiwan, I encourage you may participate in this good competition start from 2015. We encourage students, college students, to use Corning material. I mentioned glass, ceramic, and fiber optics, to use those, to apply those materials to come out a better, good idea to solve the problems we have in daily life. Okay. So this is the whole campaign, whole year campaign. And okay, it's my last page. We talk about sustainability for this morning from different areas. And I have advice to you, because you may think the sustainability topic may be not like very close to you, and it's a lot of discussion may be far from you. But so for students, the sustainability for students, I would suggest first is sustain yourself. It sounds like a cliche, but I really want to emphasize, please take good care of your health. That's very important, because we talk about net zero in 2050. You know, that would be a many years after, if you don't have good health, how can you see the temperature at that time? And how can you see the manufacturing company like Corning can do the net zero at that time? So please take good care of your health and absorb the knowledge as much as possible. And sharpen your skills. That includes hard skill and soft skills. And pay attention and care about people and environment. Actually, for the speakers, we have already mentioned about, so please pay attention and care about the people around you, the environment around you, and butterfly around you. When you pay attention, I think you will try to, if you really care about the environment, the people, you will try to solve the problem you are facing. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have a almost 15 minutes break. So everybody, please come back at 11:45. Okay, thanks to the moderator and all the speakers. Yeah, let's please follow the staff to the dining area. Okay, yeah. Please change the time. 11:45. Please come back. Thank you. The panel session of sustainability is about to start. Please take your seats. Let's invite Professor Long again to host the panel discussion for us. Professor Long, thank you.
Hello, now is the session for plenary discussion. I would like to invite the speakers of this section to the stage. Please join me to welcome the first speaker and all the speakers for this morning's section. 老师，对。麻烦。Okay, now let's start the section for discussion. If you have any question, please raise your hand and briefly introduce yourself. And you can push the button in the center, then you can use the microphone to speak loudly with your question. Okay, if any one of you have question, please raise your hand. Anyone? Yeah, okay, please. Please briefly introduce yourself.
Hello, every professors. My name is Chen Yaotong, and I'm from Taichung First Senior High School. Temperature has changed periodically throughout Earth's history, and as far as I know, this is the interglacial period. So my question is, can the rise in temperature be considered a normal phenomenon? Of course, it doesn't mean that there is no need to control carbon emission.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think this was speaker.
So that's a question for me, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Actually, this problem has been answered for many years, because the climate fluctuates naturally. Okay, so for example, El Nino, La Nino, you can have a couple, 1 degree difference, something like that. Okay, but it has been scientifically proved using a very complicated procedure that the recent warming, at least starting from the mid-20th century, we can prove that was due to the anthropogenic emission of greenhouse gases. Doesn't mean that we have been putting too much greenhouse effect into the nature. That has been balanced for millions and thousands of millions of years. So we call it climate stability. Now we're disturbing this climate stability. That's the key issues. Yeah. Okay. So it's done due to the natural process. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other question? Please raise your hand. Okay, the student in the far back.
Where is the sound? Okay. Hello, professors. I'm a student from Changhua Senior High School. I want to ask, Professor, did you think that green growth is possible for Taiwan's? Just like, can we develop environmental protection and both we can keep growing our economic? Did you think it is possible?
So you would like to ask
I think
for you first.
yeah, right.
Possible from the industry, I think. Yeah.
Point of view.
The short answer is yes. It's possible. And we have to say yes, because it's very challenging. However, like I said, with technologies or innovations, I believe it is possible to balance economic growth and environmental protections. That's possible.
But I want to ask, because as far as I know, when we developing our economic, that means that we will have more consumption. And if we have more consumption, that means that we need to use more resources. And yes, we have a higher technology can solve these problems. But the material that these technology things that we need is usually came from the southern country, like in South America, in Africa, like the what's a better example, like mining or things that came from, which is more like ravaging their resources and taking into our country. So that is a global sustainable if we keep doing that. How did you think that?
You know, even we consume more products. Like I think Arthur's company's case is a good example. Even we use a lot of materials in architecture. That doesn't mean we will have a higher carbon emission. Or if you think about glass, like I said, with innovation and the new technology, if I produce a larger amount of glass, will that necessary to consume more utilities or create more carbon? No, it's with technologies we may use less utilities plus create less carbons. That's possible. Even like when we Corning's glass, our price is higher than we have price premium compared to other competitors. And one of the key reasons why our customers select, even they need to spend more money to purchase, to buy Corning glass. One of the reasons is for the same product they purchased, the less carbon emission we create in the industry from industry standard. So that's possible. In the future, 5 years or 10 years later, the technologies may be even advanced compared to now. So we may, our melting tank may be more efficient. So in the industry, we also have manufacturing process efficiency. This topic we need to do. We need to improve all the manufacturing process equipment. Compared to a couple decades ago, it was totally different in the past. We consume more utilities in the past, but not now. So in the future, it's possible when we have more products, but it's possible to have less carbon emission.
I want to add to Corning's example, because this is actually technology is the key. But reduction is also the key. But how do you reduce? It's through technology. There's no other way. For example, this wall maybe have multiple layers. Okay, think about it. If you think behind, if you have X-ray eyes, you look behind this wall, has so many different layers. The quickest way to reduce carbon footprint, reduce one layer, reduce 2 layers. You know what Corning glass does in the Gorilla Glass? It reduces lots of layers. That's why customer are willing to pay more for that glass, right? Because reducing layer require a lot of technology. Require thinking in new machinery, new manufacturing. How do you get that glass that hard? So you don't need that extra substrate, protection layers. That reduce one layer, you know? So reducing layer. And you're mentioning that we're buying a lot of different materials from everywhere around the world. Exactly. So if you're going to have development, can you not import? So who buys? I did not buy even a Taiwan-made car. Yeah. Okay. So should I buy? If I have to buy a car, I have a kid, and then no, I shouldn't have kids. I had a kid. Yeah. So, but you know, I say you shouldn't buy a car. I also have a car. You see what I mean? This is a dilemma, right? I should have bought a car that's made in Taiwan, right? You see what I mean? That also reduces because you want the resources to be as close as possible to the manufacturing. And one of the advantage and disadvantage is Taiwan's 外销国. We make things. And this is the advantage and disadvantage of we are always going to be the highest carbon footprint no matter where you go because we are the one who export. 你知道我们是制造碳的最大原生 by the way. Taiwan is one of the biggest. 因为台湾是并在 China 一起算. If you take Taiwan alone by per capita, 我可以 almost guarantee one of the highest in the world in carbon footprint. Okay, so you just know. So if you make a new product you want to ship around the world, can you use the least amount of carbon footprint you find in Taiwan, which is trash? Can you use the all the resources that you can find in Taiwan and you make that product and it's still popular around the world? You can. That's the opportunity. That's the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you. There's another question.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Hello, professors. My name is Howard, and I'm from Futai Senior High School. So this is a question not specific to anyone. So all four of you could answer if you have an answer to this question. So in your opinion, what are some of the challenges that you have faced communicating with younger generations on the topic of sustainability and climate change?
Oh, I think every one of you can answer the question, right?
Yeah, but
so how about start?
Where are the communication gap between the generations?
Okay. Okay, can I try to answer? I guess the biggest problem in Taiwan is the 联考制度. You have to take the test. You have to go to a college. Okay. Consider the Swedish girl like Greta. Have you heard of Greta? Yeah, she's the one that advocates the what's that? For not to go to school, they're fighting for the 罢课哈，然后为了就变罢课。So she alone actually has created a global environment and feeling that making a lot of young people and NGO, NPO to push their government and world organization to promise net zero transition. Okay, so she's singularly one person to do that. So, but in Taiwan, it's very difficult because you have to take the test, right? So, but I would suggest that instead of asking people that how can you communicate with us, go back to yourself, go back to your inside. If you really care about environment issue, sustainability issue, and climate change issue, study hard by yourself. Okay, there are so many information you can find in the internet. You don't have to study in the textbook. You can learn a lot of things, much more than the textbook can tell you. I was personally involved in the publication of textbook. I know how limited it can be. It can be written in a textbook. So once you learn that and think deeply about the issue, whether you care about the issue or not. If you don't care, go away. Okay. If you do care, and think even harder that what you can do and how you can do, and then you know what you should do, then you can try to influence the people around you, your fellow student, your parents, even your teachers. Okay, so young generation is very important. In Chinese, it's called 青年培力. The problem in Taiwan about the environment and the climate change issue is we do not have this young generation involvement or participation in these environmental issues because they are all devoted in taking the college entrance exam. Okay, for example, Greta, she did not go to the classes for every Friday, but she studied very hard when she was on strike. Okay, and she graduated with honor when she finished her high school. So in the meantime, and she studied every report, a lot of report, probably much more than I did, of the climate change. She understands the scientific issue deeply. So although she's a controversial person, but I think she is a good role model for young people to take lesson from. Okay, but you can decide she's not doing the right thing, and you can choose your own way. Yeah. So actually, that's my suggestion: that don't ask senior people or adults what we should do, and think about what you can do. That's my suggestion. Sorry, I may not answer the question.
And just a follow-up question. So as a high school student, I just find it that it's really difficult it's not just me, but for many people, that it's very difficult to take like that initiative and that first step towards helping the planet. And for me, I'm really interested in like artificial intelligence. So I was just wondering what you guys would suggest as like this first step that we could take with the assistance of artificial intelligence, this new technology that's roaming around in the world.
There will be the section in the afternoon. Yeah, but it's interesting topic. But first focus on the section 1's topic, please.
All right, thank you.
May I address but I think I said that it's okay. Artificial intelligence we use a lot in everything we do, from selecting materials to QC. I'm sure like every company, especially you want to get to industrial quality level, there is some sort of data and some sort of artificial intelligence already happening. You call it smart manufacturing 4.0, whatever you call it, but it is already part of the base for artificial intelligence. The only difference is how do you use that data. Okay, and I also have to say, the modularization of artificial intelligence is so fast. Means a lot of companies going to fight to modularize the algorithm, how to calculate. But then the problem now for your generation, by the time you get to be familiarized with this set of, it's like behind the scene of it's the backside of internet, right? So what do you have to do is you have to know what to search for, what to look for. And what to look for, what to search for is based on why do you want to search for that? Why do you want to look for that? Why? And most of the time, if you go to a job, the job is going to ask you to search for this so they can optimize certain thing. They can make sure they can make this process faster, right? They can so we can control the robot better, so the robot is not so dumb, etc. Okay, that is kind of in general. That's where, but what you're going to search for, the why, I think is where Professor Xu was mentioning. Then what do you want to search for? Because then how to search for, what to search for is become more important than how the mechanism behind the AI. Because that is going to be much more of a topic, because everybody is going to have these open AI, open tools. We use open Google algorithm too, for AI. So you can do that right now. You just go download it. You can develop your own AI tool. Okay, it can start learning. You can do that right now. So, and internet, your teacher will not be able to teach you that, but internet can teach you everything already, right? So if you know what to search for, you can already play an AI role, and your portfolio can already be a whole new algorithm you came up with based on a certain type of application. But what application? I'm just, please, I know environment stuff nobody really actually cares about. That's the truth, yeah? Okay. But I think because do we really care about butterfly? I mean, you do, yes. Yeah. But okay, so if one butterfly went extinct, Professor Xu 会很伤心, right? 但是你会很伤心吗? No, it's like, are you going to be very sad? Not really. So then what are you using the AI for? You know? So what are you using this new tool for? So I think that is and I mean, in terms of the school, like the school has, I know like Taiwan has a lot of testing. I grew up in the testing regimen too, like you guys. There's advantages and disadvantages, okay? We are very good at test taking, but we're very good at it. So when I went to the U.S. system, everyone copied my homework, yeah? You see what I mean? I'm just good at taking tests, yeah? But when you get to a higher level of creative thinking, creating thinking, be able to come up with a problem or a thesis ourselves, that is the why you need to search for, especially when you're young, yeah? Why butterfly? Why frog as an environmental litmus paper? Why? 我觉得我们的人文的这个教学在 why is very weak. We are good at technical stuff, but we are very weak in being creative to understand there's a humanity behind it. There's a anthropological history of anthropology. Like 我们只学 history, we don't learn about anthropology. I think that's also 老师在这边应该更清楚。I'm recently reading a book on anthropology. It's about Neolithic culture versus, so how human culture developed. It's actually, there's a lot of interesting mechanical, we have the same brain, think about it. Same capacity, same brain, same pleasure, desire, activations, you know, all this is same, but how do we develop and how are they developed? I think that is where I think you can focus on the why, yeah?
Yeah, great. So if there's any question with the butterflies or something?
So hi, and hi professors, I'm from TCFSH, which is Taichung First Senior High School. And my question is, do you think green nuclear is a kind of green energy or something like that?
Green energy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good question. There was a similar question 2 days ago in Kaohsiung. Yeah, so what Taiwan, there are two issues. The first issue is, should we reactivate the forced nuclear power plant? Okay, so I think that's a misunderstanding that the forced nuclear power plant was never a mature product or a plant. It was not ready for operational yet. You need to spend probably at least 10 more years, invest like $100 billion to reactivate the first nuclear power plant. Okay, so it will not be available for immediate use, and to compensate for to compensate our effort in producing renewable energy. And the second is actually there are 22 countries actually proposed in COP28 that we should triple nuclear power by 2050s. But the nuclear power they are talking about is not the traditional one. It's the new type called SMR, small modular reactor. Supposed to be cheaper and smaller and probably less nuclear waste. But So far, it has not been proven successful. There's a plant in Utah, United States, Utah, called NuScale. They simply abandoned their plan, their plan for building for the SMR after 10 years effort, a struggle, because the price has become so high. And they had to build a bigger nuclear power plant instead of smaller power plant. So another people actually, other possibility is there's a proposal that the nuclear power plant should be considered as a potential electricity for the second half of 21st century. That means that after 2050. And some people are looking for the possibility of the fusion energy instead of fission energy. Okay, so that's a possibility, but it will never take over all the burden from the electricity. It will be only the supporting electricity. Yeah, probably like 10% or 20% even in up to 2050. So that's something we can put that in our long-term plan, but it will not solve the problem, the immediate problem, for example, before 2030s. Yeah, so yeah, that's my personal bias.
Okay, there's some question from the left-hand side. Yeah, please.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Huang Youjie from Zhanghua Girls Senior High School. And as I know that the PLA, this material has been banned in Taiwan in some place. And because some organization been talking about that because the process of this material recycling is cost too high and have some other reason. And instead, we started to use a paper cup, and I don't think this is really good for our environment. So I want to ask, because all of you are expert in this area, so I want to ask your opinions about this.
Great.
POA, right?
Yes.
POA claimed to be corn-based resin.
Yes.
It's actually supposed to be biodegradable. I'm just saying the claim, right? I'm not. By the way, I work for Global Chemical. Global Chemical is the owner of Natural Works. Natural Works is the producers of POA. The producer. Everybody is a distributor, okay? And most of the corn come from U.S., okay? Genetically modified. Okay, and to get about 2% of resin into alcohol form and to lactic acid. Okay, so I just wanted you to know that this is, I'm not trying to sell the product. I don't think the product is right, and I don't think the product is right. So when you see biodegradable, there's two types of biodegradable product. One is just carbon chain broken down into smaller pieces. That's why people talk about carbon microplastic. Okay, so toothpaste, toothbrush, actually lots of little carbons coming off, like lots of little plastic coming off. This too, yeah, little carbon. When it break down, the little carbon. This breaks just because it's so thin, and then it will break. And so these little things comes off. Okay, so this is one way. And you see all those plastic bag you have. Those say, oh, it's biodegradable. Those are not POA bags. They are actually breaking down the carbon, right? PHV or P. Now the other one is POA and another set. They are actually kind of real biodegradable. What to me, it's because somebody can actually eat it and become the nutrients of that. So this is what I mean by biodegradable. I don't mean breaking into small pieces. Okay, so if we look at the one that actually has some nutrients coming from natural source, okay, then, okay, is it good, right? I personally think at this moment, we shouldn't use it quite yet. The reason is because POA require a special decomposing site, around 56 degrees, you need to have like 40-some days into a certain enzyme culture environment. And we don't have that separation capability at the moment in Taiwan. We also do not have the compost site at this moment. So that's mean you introduce this product into the market, but there's no take back. But you tell people it's degradable. So you're actually doing more damage to I think, because you damage, one, the existing recycling infrastructure, because they have to take that out. You're making the recycling harder. The second thing is you are creating these artificial needs to, we have food crisis, and then you're on the other side of the world, and then you're turning that into this developed nation single-use product, and you don't even have a way to take back. So to me, the best one right now, PP and PET. Just reuse them as long as possible, and recycle them properly, because in Taiwan, we have 99% PET recycling rate. Why? It's because we import other people's trash, and we have a big textile industry, so we use a lot of that material.
Okay, thank you for all the questions, because the limits of time, so I think it's the time for lunch, right? So every one of you can take a lunch break and discuss with all the speakers in the stage, okay? Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, the speakers and moderator. Thank you, Professor Long. Okay, yeah, so the dining area is the same. So please enjoy your lunch, and we come back at 12:10. 13:10. 10 minutes after 1 p.m. Yeah. On the third floor, there's this American corner that Ms. Lawler talked about this morning. So after you have your lunch, you are welcome to go to the third floor to walk around the American corner. Okay, third floor. plenary session of artificial intelligence is about to start. Please take your seat promptly. And let's invite the moderator, Professor Huan Chen from National Zhongxin University.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome everyone coming to the afternoon session of the U.S. Taiwan Sustainability and Artificial Intelligence Forum. My name is Huan Chen from National Zhongxin University. I am honored to host the session in the afternoon. This forum represents a unique gathering of minds from across the spectrum of students, academia, and industry, and those who are interested in for the sustainability and artificial intelligence. This afternoon, we will have 4 speakers from academia and industrial. They will share their domain knowledge and great insights with us, especially to our young audience. All right, our agenda is packed with insightful presentation and engaging discussion led by the previous 4 renowned experts in the field. Again, thank you for coming. All right, we will begin our session. Let's embark in a journey. Okay, that's first. Let's welcome the Dr. Tin Chen. He is an esteemed assistant professor at National Yangming Jiaoda University. He holds a PhD from the Purdue University. He also is a former senior scientist at Honda Research Institute, USA, and he also is a visiting researcher at Google ATAP. Today, Dr. Chen will give us a topic, can generative AI enhance driving safety? Let's welcome him.
Okay, thank you so much for having me over here. It's my great honor to have the opportunity to share my research and also my experience with you. Something wrong with the... Okay, great. So this is the topic today I'm going to share with everybody. Can generative AI, this is a big topic today, and can generative AI enhance driving safety? So to start with, here's a brief introduction myself. I think thanks a lot for the host. Briefly introduce myself. And so I did my PhD at Purdue, and then meanwhile, in between, before I joined NYCU, National Yangming Jiaotong University, I spent a few years at Google and also Honda Research working on intelligent driving system and also robotics. And I came back 2+ years ago, so I continued to work on intelligent driving system and also robotics. So in one sentence to capture what I'm working on is this term, deep dynamic scene understanding for intelligent driving system and also assisted robotics. So the key word over here is this one, dynamic scene understanding. So I think everybody, if you think about what does it mean, understanding is a very deep term. It actually doesn't have a concrete definition of it. So in the driving scene or intelligent driving system, there are many different scene understanding tasks, from object detection, segmentation, also tracking, and also depth estimation, road topology understanding, and also affordance. All these things belongs to scene understanding. So there are many broad topics that we will have to address and utilize these understanding to facilitate or enable downstream tasks, including intelligent driving system and also assisted robotics. And I have worked on many different these scene understanding topics. And today I mainly talk about the first thing that my group mainly focus on. One of the major threats that I'm working on is scenario-based safety validation of intelligent driving system. And I will focus on that for today's presentation. Okay, so before jumping to what I'm working on, I want to share with everybody this particular video. This happens in Taiwan and also happens in Hsinchu. So please pay attention to this particular area. So you see there's a motor scooter driver is coming out, driving out, and then it hit with the car coming out. So this event, everybody first glance would say this is the cause because of the scooter driver. But in fact, if because of time, I don't have time to repeat this video one more time, but if you actually look at the traffic light over here, it's becoming red light. So the driver is actually going to run through the traffic light as well. But definitely, no, the driver won't expect some of the scooter driver will coming out from that particular direction, right? So it's actually really hard for the driver to anticipate something like that going to happen. So I'm thinking about from something like this, even though it's kind of it's rare, happens in our daily lives, but it happened. If you're going to collect the statistics, this is something happen frequently. And this event, even though it's, from the outcome seems fine, but sometimes if the car drives much faster and also the scooter driver may cut in at another time moment, it will become a very serious fatality. So what can we do? So statistics. If we actually count the number of fatalities because of the road crashes, it will be 1.3 million people. It's a very crucial, it's a societal issue. A lot of people die because of road crashes, and also there are a lot of people become disabled because of the road crashes. It causes a lot of societal problems. And let's put this number, 1.3 million people, into context. What does it mean? So 1.3 million people die means there are about like 3,000 people per day. And if you count how many people die every month, it becomes like 100,000 people. So what does it mean, 100,000 people? So if we look at the number of population in Taiwan's every county or cities, you will see that it actually means the Penghu Xian will be gone in a month. So this number, 1.3 million people, is a lot, but to us, it's a very big number. But if we put this into the context, it becomes a very important issue. And not just from the numbers, but also, I think this forum talking about Sustainable Development Goals, so it's also a very important issue in SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. There's two items, number 3 and number 11, talk about how can we reduce the number of fatalities and also make a safer, sustainable traffic systems. So all these things we need to consider. So as a technologist, what I can help, what I can contribute to this societal problem. So I work on this problem, work on this domain, intelligent driving systems. Intelligent driving system involving hardware and software together. They need to be collectively capable. Collective means you need to be capable in terms of hardware and also capable in terms of software. And they need to be able to perform in dynamic driving tasks. Means we need to have them able to run in our traffic situation. And in particular, I'm focused on these two different intelligent driving systems. One is advanced driver assist systems, the other one is autonomous driving systems. And so I think from the news, media, everybody have heard of lots of progresses in these two different systems. So it seems that we should be able to do a pretty decent job. And this is a particular video I wanted to share with everybody. This is Waymo a few years ago. They showed this video to demonstrate what they can do. So this vehicle, they will run in our traffic situations. They utilize different sensors to observe the scene, and then they are going to navigate in this environment. So when they are driving in this traffic scenes, they're going to perceive the environment. When I say perceive means they need to detect and also they need to track of different objects. And then when they're able to detect and track those objects, you can actually measure the distance between the car, the car in middle, and then the distance between each of the road user car next to them, and also the status of the traffic lights, whether they are red or they are green. And then after that, this car is going to do a left turn. So in order to do left turn, they need to understand something more, including the position of the cars and also the road structures. And then they need to define, or they're going to generate a route that will tell you where they're going to be in the future. So the video later, you will see this vehicle need to generate a route, this green route over here, and then they're going to move forward. And the reason you see this green route become less apparent is because of there's another road user coming in front of them. And after the car passed through, and then the road, this Eagle car can move forward. So this is pretty much intelligent driving system will do. And then it sounds great. It has shown much progress, as I mentioned. It can do lots of things. And in this year, 2023, California just opened that self-driving car can operate it in San Francisco. Even better, means we can actually test self-driving cars in San Francisco area. However, just a week later, there are many different news coming out about like Tesla actually will cause problems, cause fatalities, and also they show like numbers, the number of crashes they have. Even worse, just after the open of the self-driving testing in San Francisco, Cruise actually had a car accident. Even though the true cause is not necessarily happened because of the Cruise, but this whole testing being stopped, and then Cruise was asked not to continue this testing in San Francisco Bay Area. So this news also tells us another thing. Even though we have seen much progress, but what's lacking? So my view is it's very important to consider this question, how to validate these systems. They are making a lot of technological progress, but how to make sure their progress being validated? Are they able to run in our traffic scenes? So there are international standards talking about how to validate intelligent driving systems. In particular, this ISO 21448, what they're trying to, the reason to have this particular ISO standard is because now we wanted to have the intelligent driving system being operated in many different applications or in different scenarios. We need a different way to validate them. So that's why we have this new ISO standards. Okay, however, validate intelligent driving system is non-trivial. Why I say that? So in existing safety validation methodology are not scalable because when we wanted to deploy intelligent driving systems in diverse scenarios, when I say existing, what does it mean? These are the most common testing approaches, including you see there's a dummy and having this dummy presenting a moving pedestrians moving in front of you. So this car needs to make a reaction to stop before them. So humans have to design this particular scenario to test whether this vehicle can actually make a stop. But you can imagine that this is really time consuming and really requires lots of manual efforts. So the other way is let's go on public road. So that's why San Francisco opened up this open road testing for many different self-driving companies. However, we observe problems in public road testing. But there's another problem for public road testing is in order to test intelligent driving system, it actually requires millions kilometers of driving. It actually takes a lot of time. So the reason to have that is because of the occurrence of probability of a crash is around like 1.9 times 10 to the negative 6. This orders of in the naturalistic driving environment. And moreover, this is already very challenging to have the system being operated in this real-world driving. But now we add another problem is every time when we have a software update, we have to run through this testing one more time. So you can imagine this is not scalable. It really takes a lot of time. So to do that, we look into a different approach that is using a cyber-physical framework. This particular framework that I'm working with ITRI in Gongyan to work on this cyber-physical approach. This cyber-physical approach means in the real world, we're having this agent or the ego vehicle to run in this particular scenario. And on the right-hand side, you see this is the real scene they observe. And now we add the new scenarios. Now, for example, there's a car in front of them, and then we wanted to evaluate whether this e-vehicle can actually maintain, for example, a safe distance, and also when this car park on the side, can you actually manage it to navigate around them? And now we're making another critical case that there's a cyclist suddenly jump in front of you can actually do braking, and also there's a lot of pedestrians walking in front of you can actually react to them. So this approach, we are still operating in the real world, but now we don't necessarily to have the agent to really experience all the public road testing. We're going to generate the scenarios to validate whether the system can handle that or not. So this is the general direction we are taking. So in order to continue this thread, instead of just working in a particular scenario, we are going to expand the testing to different places. One places we are testing right now is this is an area near the Hsinchu Wulio, around that particular area. And then we reconstruct that particular area into a simulator. So you can see the structure, the lane markings, and also the signs over here are actually from Hsinchu. And also, we also consider other road topology, including roundabouts and other different roundabouts around the world. So then once we have these topologies, then we can start to inject different scenarios to validate the systems. Okay, but one thing, again, even though it sounds great, we can use technology to inject those scenarios into the scene. However, there's still another bottleneck over there, is we still need manual effort to design those scenarios. Even though we have the digital technology, but now how to add those scenarios into this thing, still a problem. So here comes my topic today, is we talk about generative AI in many different places. Everybody knows ChatGPT. It can do text-to-text, and now it can do more. You have images, text, you can then generate images. Even more, you wanted to generate videos, you can also do that. And furthermore, now you can also synthesize 3D models. So you can see nowadays the generative AI become much, much more capable by doing all this using a text and then to generate lots of things. So what can we learn? What can we leverage the power of this? So we look into a different way to utilize generative AI. Instead of to generate text, generate video, generate images, generate 3D, we are going to generate another thing called safety critical scenarios. Again, we wanted to validate a system. We wanted to see whether they can handle this or not. So what we do is, given initial scenario, something like this is purely just normal driving. But now we wanted to create something like this, which is, there's a car, this blue car going to cutting in front of you. So now we can synthesize another new scenarios and then ask whether my system can handle this particular scenario or not. So this is, we are thinking about how to leverage the power of generative AI to enhance driving safety, and we are still working on this promising direction. So we can furthermore, instead of just generating the scenario, can we do more than that? So now, if we wanted to test the system under a particular scenario, can we utilize something like a human or text as one of the query? Say, now I have this particular initial scenario. I want to make this scenario into a lane change scenario where there's another car going to culling in front of you. And then we're going to run this algorithm and then going to generate something like this. There's a cutting scenario happen by asking the system to generate such a scenario. And if we wanted to generate another scenario, say there's a junction crossing, there's a car going to hit the car on at the right angle, and this is something we can have to generate using this controllable approach. And finally, when we have these controllable way to generate scenarios, we wanted to come back is we wanted to use it to validate our systems. So that's the general direction we are taking right now. And using that, we can do even more. Remember the first video I showed you in the beginning? This is a scenario that we saw in the beginning. And now we can also utilize these ideas to replicate the same scenario in the driving scene. So now what I hope is that if I develop a system, can they actually respond to this particular scooter? And if they can, so we can actually mitigate the fatality or mitigate the issue caused by this clueless scooter driver. Okay, so toward that, we are developing different components, and ultimately what we want is to develop this overall validation system toward a more trustworthy intelligent driving systems. And our objective is we wanted to define the capability and limitation of these systems and then able to communicate with the end users. For example, the user like developers or our customer who are going to utilize these systems. So that is something we wanted to inform these end user that they know where they're going to, this system can actually being used or they cannot. So to summarize what I shared today, I think everybody from the very beginning understand that traffic safety, driving safety, it's a society issue. Like the numbers I just shared, this is very scary, and how can we reduce that? It's an effort that from our whole community, not just Taiwan, I think globally is something we have to consider. And even though we observe many progress in different medias, social medias and articles, but in fact, we still, if we look at the other side of articles, we still see those newses sharing still have problems of those intelligent driving systems. And so the question I raised today is, can we utilize generative AI to enhance driving safety and to enable trustworthy intelligent driving systems? So today I just share with you one of the ways we are taking, and I believe there are other ways from other approaches, not just focus on the intelligent driving system, but also maybe from the city scale, we having more like Internet of Things, and that can communicate different signals to inform the overall traffic scenarios. Could be another layer to enhance the driving safety. But as I said, this requires a collective effort, not just one single perspective. So ultimate goal, I think everybody wants that, is to enable a zero collision mobile experience. So I hope that is something we can achieve in the futures. And thank you so much. That's my presentation today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for Dr. Chen's insightful speech on self-driving technology, in particular using the generative AI to enhance the design. Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will let's welcome our second distinguished speaker, Dr. Wen-Yu Su. He is a professor from the National Cheng Kung University. He is with the Department of Computer Science and Information Engineering. He had his PhD in electrical engineering from New York University, USA. He is renowned for his work in VLSI design and sound technology. Recent years, he devoted himself in the pioneered innovation education. So let's welcome him. He will share his profound insights on generative AI and beyond. Right?
It's my honor to speak here, but we still have to wait for the setup of the computer. Oh, okay. Thank you. I think I'm too old to speak about new technology, so I bring some stories for you. Okay. Okay. This is a little bit information about myself, and I think we can skip to, no? Okay, this is my talk. Yeah, I now teach in Cheng Kung University in the computer science department, and I received 2 educational awards, and I was in the Stanford University as the postdoc, and I want to tell you some stories, okay. Exactly 30 years ago, I stepped into the office of Professor Bernard Widrow, discussed about the possibility of using the recurrent network to model the dynamics of musical instruments. And at that time, Professor Widrow thinks that's a very difficult problems. And Professor Widrow might be the first one to propose something like the earliest version of the neural network, which is a one neuron technology. You can see from the graph in the left. Okay, it's a single neuron. We have multiple input to the neurons, and then we can have the output. The output will compare your desired output, and then we generate the errors, and we train the parameters step by step, iteratively. And 1986, okay, this might be the first few publication about the multi-layer perceptron, which is the very early type of the neural networks in these days. But many years ago, basically the construction of the neural network is still the same. And you can see the name Hinton, okay. Someone say is the AI, father of the AI, used to work in Google. I don't know, I don't remember where he is now. But he was in the research group of the Professor Ramahart and Mike Clement. And in 1989, I was in the United States. I acquired the book, called Parallel Distributed Processing, the 2-volume, very thick volume. I studied that. I think that will be the future of the computing. So I start to try to find a way to use the neural network to solve the problem with the high-resolution image reconstruction. At that time, it's very important for the satellite to see the image on the ground to decipher all the information. And I think maybe neural networks can work, but I fail. I don't have enough computing power. Okay, right. And that's the year Yan Lukang proposed a convolutional neural network, which is now everybody knows very useful in such a handwriting recognition and fingerprint recognition. So as you can see, from 1960 to 1989, we spent almost 30 years to have a little bit progress on the technologies, right? But as I said before, I try to use the neural network, the multi-layer perceptron, to solve the image reconstruction problem, but I fail because I don't have enough neuron. At that time, the computer I use is a Spark 2. Spark 2, the computing power of the Spark 2 might be only a fraction of your iPhone, okay? So neural networks always be a hard research problem, but high and low, because that although the neural networks promise to give us a very beautiful result, but it never been fulfilled for many years, right? So in some years, if you publish paper on neural networks, it can be easily accepted. But in some years, it's not. So as a person that is not strong in the mind, like me, I stopped my neural networks research for several years, all right? Because that in Taiwan, no publication means no promotions, all right? So I turned to study some image processing and some IC design to get my professorship, all right? But in 2007, okay, it's just a project of the PhD student in Stanford, and he proposed, okay, not just proposed, he actually tried to realize the possibility that uses some software technology such that you can use the graphic processing unit as the computing engines. I think that boosts the possibility of the neural networks because the parallel processing capability of the GPU can let us to use maybe 10,000, 1 million neurons in the system such that the image recognition job can be fulfilled by the neural networks in 2007. Okay, so as soon as Jensen Huang from the NVIDIA saw this project, he invited the student join NVIDIA. So now we have the booming of the neural networks. So in 2009, I offered the first course in National Cheng Kung University on how to use the GPU to help you to accelerate your processing, right? And now we have OpenAI. OpenAI started in 2015. At first, the OpenAI spent lots of effort on the reinforcement learning. So we call that OpenAI gym, okay? If try to teach AI, especially reinforcement learning, try to use the gaming, all right? If you have the Game Boy, the games on the Nintendo Game Boys, and they try to use the reinforcement learning to try to play the game. And in 2017, I saw this project. I think that's great because at that time, I started my program in the rural education about programming. I think that it might be the key to teach the student, especially young student, junior high school or maybe senior high school, to learn about AI by play games. All right. So in 2017, I tried to start this project, and you can try to Google. There's a platform called Paya, P-A-I-A. Now we offer it as the web service, and you can play the game on our platform. But 2018, they turned to a large language model, and few years later, we have ChatGPT. Now ChatGPT, now large language models everywhere. You can see lots of competitors in the market. And well, I think that's terrible to me because everything I want to do, well, I will tell the story later. Right, so in generative AI, in the area of generative, there's one word, right? Everything you have done yesterday will be outdated tomorrow. So it's overwhelming, right? So should students use generative AI to do some works? Because, well, the first thing is that I teach some course in undergraduate for about the freshman and the second year. And in all my tests, I allow students to open book, and you can use the internet. Only private communication was barred, but this year I decided that my student can use the AI to solve the problems. All right. That means it's a challenge for me that I have to give problem set that cannot be directly solved by the ChatGPT or Copilot. All right. And I offer the Game AI course. That's the Paya project I mentioned before, and I use the AI. Usually in this course, you have to spend about 10 to 15 hours a week to write program to collect the information to train your model. But now I encourage students to use the Copilot to automatically generate program to collect the information in the virtual environment to train your model. That reduced from 15 hours a week to 2 hours to 3 hours a week. I think that saved lots of the student time because my course is not for students to write program. It's for students to understand how to collect information and train your model. So I think students do not have to spend so many time in my course, right? And of course, my undergraduate student and my graduate student, they use Copilot for many years, not from last year, many years. And writing papers, that's a headache to me, but thanks God, I'm 61 years old, I don't have to write any paper now. But in the past, when we submit paper, the first opinion I get from the reviewer is that the English is awful. Please, all right, find some English, native English speaker to proofread your papers, but I don't have to do it right now. I don't have to spend the money. I just ask the ChatGPT to help it to me. But writing the proposal, I still write myself. I don't rely on AI because I think that's bullshit. I should write myself. But I still need Google, all right. So for my personal research direction, I think the generative AI has totally changed the way I think about the computer science education and the computer science research. I encourage all the students here try to use all those tools as much as possible to help you to study and to do research. So I think the AI, there are 4 important elements. I think the first time is the first important factor is the computing power. But you know the computing power, Jensen Huang announced that the computing power will be 1 million times compared to the computer we have now in 5 years or 10 years. I think it's very fast. But the model, as you can see, I just told a history. From the first model that you have only 1 neuron to you have a bunch of neurons, we take 30 years. So if you want to develop a new model, it takes time. You need to have very strong background on computer science, mathematics, maybe biology, maybe in some social science, something like that. You have to have the very strong background about this. But I encourage someone of you can go into the area. Maybe someday you can join maybe Microsoft or OpenAI. And the third thing is the training. Many people think that once I have the model, okay, I have everything. No, it's not true. For a very, very large model, how to train a model to fulfill your objective is still a technology. So it's very difficult, all right? So I think that's one of the area some of you can try to study. And the last one is the data set, all right? The data set, we all know if you want to train a large language model, and you gotta be very careful. For example, if you use the data set from the other side of the Taiwan Strait, that might be a very dangerous thing. So you gotta try to have your own data set. You already have a lot of data, but how to label the data, how to use the label data to generate another data, I think that's very difficult and very important thing. But I think less number of people want to do that because that is difficult to publish, right? If you are a college professor, right? So, for example, you have to think that what you can do and what you will do. Except your ability, you have the money, you have the people, you gotta have the money, you gotta have the people. So, take me for as an example. I have been doing research for about 3 to 4 years, try to convert the text into human motion for about 3 to 4 years. And early this year, we are getting some promising results. But I saw a paper from Microsoft Research. And then I suddenly decided to give up my effort in the past 4 years. Because the Microsoft Research used 100 graphic GPU car and trained for 1 month. And I have only 3 GPU cars. How can I compare with Microsoft? So I think that it is the time I still try to, it might be the time that I have to decide, I have to go to continue my research on generative AI, or I should do something else, all right? So I try to look at my pocket. I think I don't have that kind of money. I have that kind of brain, but I don't have that kind of money. I try to turn my direction. So I think all of you should think about that. At some turning point, okay, in your life, okay, you have to make some decisions. For example, in Cheng Kung University, we have the 特殊选才. We just come to do the test. We don't look at your other subjects. You don't have to study Chinese. You don't have to study social science, something like that. Just write a program. If you write a good program, you can come to the NCKU. But if you join this kind of contest, you have to give up another track of getting into the university. You gotta think about it. Okay, me too, right? You're some 17 years old. I'm 61 years old. All of time in your life, you have to make decisions. So I have some misjudge on this kind of technology. For example, I think that the commercial large language model, the time for commercial large model should come maybe 5 to 10 years later from now. But it happens last year, my misjudge, all right? And I think that many kind of the application using generative AI will still take time, but human motion, human motion generation and music generation now is everywhere. You can find a tour in the internet, okay. And I think the self-driving car, okay, or driverless car, okay, will be everywhere earlier than large language model, but I was wrong, all right. We have the expert here, Professor Chen here, so I don't want to talk about much. So I try to turn my direction into the other direction, which is more about educational purpose. Is that my new direction is that I try to move on to the robotics because I like robot a lot. And instead of to develop a technology or AI for the robot control, I think I have to rely on Professor Chen. And I try to build the infrastructure for how to use robot. All right. And I try to have the open robot lab in the NCKU and invite the people in all of Taiwan. If you want to play with the robot, you can come to NCKU. That's a real robot lab for you. And then I try to have some. I try to design some course. First, I have the Paya. Okay, you can Google from the internet. I offer now the Python course to learn Python through design the game. And I try to offer the course of the robotic arm and the self-driving car. And I have combined the AI and the robot operating system and the OpenAI gym. And I try to offer this kind of course in the educations. That's the decision I made, okay? Instead of trying to go far in AI direction, I try to convert my direction in the educational. So all of thing I try to do is that I try to lower the barrier of using the AI technology. And started from maybe junior high school or maybe elementary school students, okay? And we recently developed some tools that you can use broadly. That is, I think many of you have learned how to use Scratch to write the program. And the tool we developed can use all the block to stack the layers of the deep learning models, okay? So what's the values? If all come from generative AI, and then you don't have to do anything. But is that possible? So I think you have to think about yourself. I think for a senior high school student, I think that's the turning point in your life stage. And every decision you make will have lots of effect on your next 30 or maybe 50 years, all right? And for me, in my senior high school student, I decided to study the EE, and then that's the thing I have been doing for the next 40, maybe 50 years. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right.
Okay, thanks for Dr. Su's impressive speech on generative AI and beyond. Okay, that all. Our next speaker is Dr. Trista. She earned her PhD from Carnegie Mellon University and became pioneered force in the field of artificial intelligence. Dr. Trista is the director of the AI Research Center at Microsoft. She stands at the forefront of AI innovation, specializing in computer vision, multi-model for foundation models. And more impressive is that she holds over 100 patents and has published over 30 top-tier journals, including 2023 CVPR Best Paper Awards and the World Championship in U.S. AID's Intelligence Forecasting Competition. Today, Dr. Trista will give a talk on wings of AI. Let's welcome her again.
Yeah, I feel that I'm in a hot seat right now. Can AI replace human or whatever? So I'm gonna calm you down with some music. Anybody know what music this is? Just check the notes in the bottom. It's actually The Wings of Song by Phyllis Mendelssohn. Okay, the reason I'm mentioning this is we heard a lot about AI. But then what's the real value? What's the human value in here? So I want to emphasize the human value in the new era of AI. So with this talk, I'm gonna talk more about it. So the talk is like there's some hint in here, and then remember, On Wings of AI is actually tied to the song On Wings of Songs. Okay, and then you will know why later. Sorry for, so no more music, sorry, and it's not working. I guess I will just use my laptop. Okay, brief introduction about myself. So I finished my education here most of my education here in Taiwan. So I graduated from NTHU, Tsinghua University, both bachelor and master. I got 4 degrees, so that can tell you why I'm like multidisciplinary. I really enjoy having different aspects of knowledge. And later on, I joined Carnegie Mellon University to study computer vision. And I was spending most of my career in San Francisco Bay Area, Silicon Valley per se. My first job is in NVIDIA, so I actually had an insider story about CUDA, actually. It was started much earlier than 2007. I was working with some students in Stanford, actually as early as 2003. So we can talk more about it later. So I'm pretty old, actually. So after NVIDIA, I was in a different technology company, including Intel, helping them to develop OpenCV. If some of you are using this biggest open source package called OpenCV in the world, I was one of the participants in there. Later on, I started a few companies, and after the company got acquired, I came back to Taiwan, where I was born, joined a Taiwanese company called Inventec in Yeda to help them to set up their AI center. So I learned more about the local industry, the manufacturing, which is the strongest industry in Taiwan. And later on, I come to Microsoft, the research arm of Microsoft, and then I had people working with me across different continents and in Microsoft. So mostly on computer vision research, AI computer vision research for Azure, the cloud. So today I'm gonna touch because I know most of the audience here are high school students, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna talk very briefly about AI, and I won't talk anything about equations or anything, okay? So I'll try to make it very intuitive, and then you can all understand the essence of AI. Next, please. Oops, sorry. So what's AI? So just one slide, you can understand that. AI is like a kid watching TV, reading books, or anything. Just take into the data, try to internalize the data into a knowledge or into some sort of insights. So that's AI, as simple as that, right? But with the recent popularity or the recent explosion of AI, you might wonder, what's the difference between the so-called machine learning and the recent explosion, especially after ChatGPT is born in November 2023. So I simply put it into two stages. So one is called traditional AI, I call it AI 1.0. And the second stage after ChatGPT, I call it modern AI or AGI, or which is mostly based on foundation model or transformer, which I call AI 2.0. Okay, so the dividing line is ChatGPT, all right? So you might wonder, like, sure, I mean, there's 1.0, 2.0. 2.0 is much better than 1.0 in terms of the capability. It kind of suppress humans on a lot of capabilities, like taking math exams and biology exam, law exam, and all that, right? So that's that. And in addition, it's not just more capable. It actually can take on some of the tasks that you would think that no other species other than human can do, right? So there's no sense of humor from a dog, right? There's no sense of humor from other animals even, right? But AI somehow might have a sense of humor. So you might start to feel very scared. Oh my gosh, we had this AGI coming that's gonna take us like to a different world, and it has sense of humor, it can take over and all that, right? So before we come to answer that question, then we start to dip into the technology side, see what's the difference between the old AI and the new AI, okay? So the way I look at it would be three different aspects. Okay, let me come back a bit. So the old AI is capable already by reading a lot of label data and trying to be able to classify good and bad. In this example, you can see that human labeler are trying to label what's a bit bad orange and what's a good orange. After the labeling, the model, CNN model, for example, is able to learn what's good and what's bad, right? But it's kind of tedious to label all those data, right? And also, if you have more and more questions, and you have to label more and more data. For each specific question, you have to specifically label all those data. And you have unlimited amount of problem in the world, then you have to limit unlimited amount of labeling to do. That's like, nobody wants to do that, right? So learn from the history book of Alexander the King. I'm not sure if you guys know the story, right? So when he was young, there's a prophet of some sort. He said that if somebody can solve this, can untie this knot that nobody can untie, then this person or this kid is gonna be the king to rule the whole Asia or Europe, right? So when this little kid of Alexander come to the scene, and then he look at the knot, he's like, whatever, he cut it, right? So this is exactly what's happening here. So if we realize that there are way too many data to label, why don't we just not label it, right? Just dump all the data into a model and just like consume it. After we consume it, we should have the knowledge, right? As simple as that, right? Nah, it's not that simple. So that's one aspect. Take everything in, open set learning. So open set learning, how do we do that? It's easy to comprehend, but how do we exactly do that? So this is how we do it. Again, machine learning, you need some sort of a answer, some sort of a question for the machine to learn, right? Here, we simply do something like this. We take the document, let's say a web document, right? We crop out some of the contents. And for those areas that we crop out the content, like a certain alphabet, we already know the answer. So here, see, just by taking the document, crop up some alphabet, you had a question, which is this one. You had an answer, which is already your document, right? Okay, you can do the same trick to crop out anything. You can crop out picture, you can crop out like music, you can crop out anything, right? Crop out something, and then you had a question sheet, you had an answer sheet. And here you go, you can learn it. Cool? So now you had all the World Wide Web data for you at your hand that you can learn with question and answer. Cool? All right. So there's another trick here, which is tied to the music that I played with you earlier. Okay. So notice that in human mind, especially Phyllis Mendelssohn, there's a little bit story behind this song, right? So he didn't really create a song in vain. He actually read a poem composed by, I forget his name. Yeah, he actually read a poem, very, very beautiful poem. And after reading the poem, he started to have pictures in his mind, and he started to have imagination about how this passages should be, and then he started to compose the music of winds of songs and all that, right? So in his mind, there's mapping between the poem, the pictures, and the songs, right? So that's how human mind work. How do we do that in machine learning? Right, so those are the original songs composed by Heinrich Heine, the German poem, right? So Heinrich Heine composed this beautiful poem, and Phyllis Mendelssohn read that, and then he composed this nice song to match with this nice poem, right? So a little bit of illustration in here. I promise there's no equation in here. So when he reads this poem, and then he will map it into a song that should be similar in the high-dimensional space, supposedly, conceptually speaking. But then if you look at other points or other lyrics, for example, like Let It Be, I'm a little bit old, so I'm using Beatles as example, but you guys can use like U.S Taiwan or something else. Yeah, yeah, so Phyllis Mendelssohn's, Hendrix's poem versus Let It Be, they should be very, very different in the textual space, right? But then the Beatles yesterday should be somehow similar in lyrics, right? So there will be similarity in the textual space, and then they should be very related to the semantics of the content, right? So that's the concept. Exactly how we do that, I won't have time, or I won't dive into here deeper. It's called contrastive learning, or CLIP. So that's a technology that developed by OpenAI to map the concept of text and the concept in image together, so that in your mind or in the AI's mind, they are closely related together, right? So to summarize, the secret or the magic of the recent AI 2.0 comes in 3 factors. First, forget about labeling all this individual sector of data, dump everything in from the World Wide Web. That's the first thing. Second, how do we provide the question and answer or the label data to the machine learning model? By getting out some of the content to make it into a question sheet, all right? The third one, how do we utilize all this multimodality of data to use them together, right? By mapping them together conceptually into the same semantic vector. Cool? All right, that's it. You understand all the secret of the whole secret of OpenAI. You can now start your own OpenAI now. Joking. Yeah. Right. Yeah. All right. So now we just briefly touch upon the success of the recent modern AI. So how do we leverage it and make the best use of it? Okay, so you probably hear a lot of the term Copilot, especially from Microsoft, quite a lot, right? This is a very, very important concept in here, Copilot. What does it mean by Copilot? If you look up dictionary, it says a Copilot is the second pilot, not the first, second pilot in an aircraft who helps the pilot who is in charge. So with Copilot, who is in charge right now? Human, users, right? So Copilot is just a Copilot. It's a tool for you to leverage to step upon, right? Not something that will like whack the dog for you. No, not the other way around, right? Copilot helps you. So that's very, very important. And Copilot, to be very, very precise, you can see Copilot project very early with this GitHub Copilot. I don't know how many of you are writing codes, but if you write codes, you probably are familiar with GitHub. So GitHub Copilot is one of the first effort that we are trying to utilize AI into, or the modern AI into the modern productivity tool. So GitHub Copilot is as simple as given a text description about what you need to do, and then it can already compose a piece of code for you. And of course, since it's a Copilot, you are able to modify the code and you are able to supervise the code to do exactly what you want, okay? And then later on, after the GitHub Copilot, you start to see a lot of Copilot from, for example, the M365, which is Office, will help you to compose your document, your PowerPoints. I didn't compose my PowerPoint using Copilot. I used human. Yeah. And also a lot of other business tools like Dynamics Copilot, like Android Copilot, all that. You can see all kind of Copilot. But the point of using the term here is humans and users are still in the driver's seat. Okay, so what's the future about AI? So I talk about AI 1.0 and AI 2.0. One is for very specific use using narrow data and then narrow usage. And second is the AI 2.0, which can leverage all the data it consumes and can do a lot of things with a lot of capabilities. So what's next? So I think what's next is, in addition to Copilot, everybody can leverage their creativity and trying to use a tool to empower every person and every organization. I know most of you are gonna join some company sooner or later. So enable every person, this is a very, very specific example. So recently we released something called Seeing AI. So Seeing AI is the top word, seeing, like look. Seeing AI is a tool. You can download that for free if you had iPhone, Android. We recently released this Android version. I believe there are 3 billion users of Android users in the world. So 3 billion users and more, they can use this tool to understand what they see around them. You might think this is like trivial, right? Just take a picture and then recognize this is a computer, this is a podium, this is a human, that's a screen and all that. But this is not trivial for somebody with a disability in seeing, right? So this tool can help or enable more people can see better, okay? So this is an exact example about how we can enable everybody on the planet. And this is not just by recognizing objects. You can also ask questions by taking a receipt, for example. You go to a restaurant with your friend, and then you're trying to split the bill, right? So you go out to a restaurant with 6 friends, and then you can ask Seeing AI, how much should I pay for each one of us? So it can already do more calculation to you. So see that? This is a combination of AI 1.0 and 2.0. So 1.0 is the one that recognizes stuff. It recognizes this is a receipt. It recognizes the OCR, use OCR to recognize the content, right? And that's it for AI 1.0, right? 2.0 can further take the content from the receipt that you recognize and try to make sense of it, do a division, like 1 out of 6, right? And tell you how much you should pay as your portion. So try that. So that's Seeing AI, combining 1.0 and 2.0. And another example is more enterprise. So we know that in Taiwan and probably most of the world, healthcare is actually a very, very heavy burden for the country, especially Taiwan. Recently, we had a lot of arguments that the nurses and doctors that overloaded with a lot of work. But honestly, most of their work are actually more on documentation. They don't have enough time or quality time to spend with patients. what if we can have AI to help them to leverage their, to lessen their load of all this like documentation, all this logistic and all that. So one easy way is to help them to transcribe or write down their notes, right? So a lot of time when you are talking to a doctor, you don't feel like you are talking to a doctor, right? So the doctor just like type in and type in and type in, right? But what if doctor can talk to you and you can talk to a doctor, like you can look at each other like 望文生 something, 望文生, yeah, something like that. So basically, usually a good doctor should look at you and see, hey, your skin the texture doesn't look right, you should be sick in this and that, right? That's what we want as a good patient and doctor relationship, not like he type in and then not looking at you, don't feel like you care, right? So this tool that by Nuance, which is acquired by Microsoft, we can already take all these like voices, transcribe it. So that's 1.0. What else? 2.0 here comes in. What if you take all these like notes and then combine it with the electronic data from the database? You know that this patient had a certain like patient history. You know some database that had contain all this medical knowledge. What if you combine all this knowledge, all this patient history and all that together and try to make proposal to the doctor and then make notes to the doctor? Oh, have you checked the hearing of this patient? Have you checked the ECG of this patient? Just try to kind of remind the doctor. So because he's so busy and so like burdened with all these different tests, what if there's some helper to help him, to remind him something? And all this can be empowered by AI 2.0, right? So this is also another great example about combining 1.0 and 2.0. So I think the point here is, again, like I said in the very beginning, the point of AI is not so much about technology or all that, it's a human value. So human value here, I specifically put it this way, empathy. So empathy might sound something very, very like high, right? Empathy or compassion and all that. No, it's not. Empathy, to be exact, is the way that you can understand the other person like very deeply. What does that mean in all different kind of contexts? In a business context, it means that a company can understand their customer better. In a patient case, the doctor can understand the patient better. In an education setting, it means the teacher can understand the student better, right? So empathy is just you understand what needs to be done, and AI is there to enable what needs to be done. But as a human, we are on the driver's seat to have the empathy to understand what the other party needs to be done so we can use the right tool to help them. I think that's the essence of AI and beyond, all right? And then, yeah, so with the time, so this is, yeah, so just for fun, you can all play this, this is all public. So I composed some, I'm actually not a very good point. So, so as ChatGPT, so those are the tools I use. I use Bing Chat, I use Bing Create to create all this for today's talk. So in the button is the sound that to mimic the style of Hendrik. So I composed a song of AI in the button, and then on the, in the middle, I use Bing Create to create the image for today's talk. So yeah, so I think creativity is unlimited as long as you had the right human value, and then again, AI should be equality and it should be everywhere. And then everybody can participate and leverage the tool, so it's not just the technology. Human value is the essence of the new era of AI. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Trista's great speech. Our last speaker is Dr. Kim. He is currently is a technology and strategy director at Dell. Dr. Kim earned his PhD in electrical engineering from Purdue University. He has over 25 years on IT industry experience on research and engineering and business development. Next, he will present Dell's AI strategy and technology insights for the younger generation, sharing his great expertise in shaping the future of technology. Let's welcome Dr. Kim.
All right. So my presentation is not a Seuss in search of, that's not that, okay? So let's begin with something more lighthearted, something more fun. So you guys play computer games? Your parents are not here, you can admit to that, okay? I play computer games. So does anybody know what is a big game announcement that happened in the past few days? What? Well, there was a big game announcement. GTA 6, 侠盗猎车手, right? Everybody knows. So the reason why I say it is not because of AI, because Professor Chen here showed the videos of car crashing each other, reminds me of that, okay? So, yeah, this picture is not created by AI. It's created by my friend, okay? I assure you that I'm real, okay? Let's skip over this. This is not interesting. I try to be an interesting person in life, not in words. Next one. Yeah, this is my AI. I'm going to use my AI to advance the slide. Bringing the power of AI to the world, right? So today, when you're done, you're going to hear from us, and you should form your own opinions about all this. What we provide are just sensory inputs for you to decide whether AI is going to take over your job. You're not going to have any jobs left. Is it going to take over the world? You should have your own opinion about that. But what we can provide is what we think, right? But whatever happens in the next 10 years or 20 years, I assure you, right, and this is recorded, so I assure you on camera, that nothing in this world will replace the human experience, right? Like what Tricia said, right? You can create music like what Mendelssohn created, but you will never create another Felix Mendelssohn. You'll never create another Mozart, right? Right? So keep that in mind. We are going to share, I personally can share a few opinions, right? AI is very awesome. You are all in awe of AI. But remember something, I'm an engineer. When I design a product, I always keep a power button in it. If I don't like it, I'll shut it off. So what that tells you is that if you don't like AI, just make sure that you can control it. Just make sure you can shut it off, right? Be human. Being human is the most important thing that nobody can ever take away from you. All right, so I'm going to begin my presentation. I'm going to talk about 3 different things, right? First, I'm going to talk about what Dell does, right? So our journey and our strategy. But I'm going to make it more interesting, not just about Dell, right? I'm going to talk about, in general, what the industry is doing. So in other words, I'm going to talk about what we do. Then I'm going to talk about why we do it. Like, what are the industry trends and, why is Gen AI going to be so useful for so many industries? And lastly, I'm going to share, like my friends here, talk about actual examples of how we have been using AI to make the world a better place, right? So I'm going to click on my AI button here, all right? So this is our concise history of AI of the company where I work for now. It starts from 2019, but I'm going to start on this side. I'm going to start on the right-hand side, right, of this timeline chart. So a year ago, about more than a year ago, there's this wonderful new thing that came out called ChatGPT. Oh my goodness, 1 million users in 5 days, like 100 million users in like 2 months. It is the fastest growing application and software the world has ever seen, right? I'm sure you use it. But I just gave you the numbers. 1 million users in 5 days, 100 million users in 2 months. So what in business, what we call that is the onset of a hype cycle, right? Hype used in a positive sense, because hype is good. Hype allows people to focus where their resources are, where they invest, and where the technology should be. So we embrace the hype. Hype is good for business, good for you too, okay? So that is the hype cycle for Gen AI. And about 5 or 6 or 7 years ago, there was a hype cycle for AI, like what Tricia said, right? Just in general AI. But you're all very smart. You're smarter than all of us here sitting in front, right? So, but what I urge you to do, as some of the brightest students we have in Taiwan, is to rise above the hype. Rise above the hype. Because what we will tell you, all four of us here as PhDs, we will tell you something. Because this thing is all about science and mathematics. The stuff that you are learning in school right now. We went through all that. Learning about neural networks is mathematics. If you don't know your basics right now, you're not going to be able to conquer this. Right? So, rise above the hype and appreciate the mathematics. Right? And this is not new. Right? If depending on who you talk to, one of the earliest papers written on AI goes back to 1950, like your grandparents' generation, if I'm correct. Yeah. Right? Written by Alan Turing, right? Yeah. Remember the Imitation Game, the movie? Like, Alan Turing wrote one of the earliest papers on measuring machine intelligence. That paper is actually called the Imitation Game, right? And we have all taken AI-related classes in school. So, appreciate the science and mathematics. That's what you can do today in high school, right? Learn the basics and know your basics really well. And now I'm going to flip over to what, all right, the next few charts is talking about what Dell does. I would say that don't think about it as what one company does, but think about it as what a technology company generally is trying to do in this market right now, okay? So for Dell, our core business is making hardware, making servers, storage products, PCs, right? And those things are what you use to run AI right now on, right? So that part of our business is called the AI on business. We make the products that run AI. We make some of the finest products, but I'm not going to brag about that. But the truth is that the industry of AI is not just about the people who build the hardware. There is a large ecosystem of people who write software, right? Thousands of companies, small and big. So how do people try to decide, how am I going to pick my data management? There's so many choices. So we work with our partners in industry. So that's AI with. So we make the products and we work with the people who do the things that we cannot do to enable the market. And the rest of the stuff, I'm not going to talk about it because the next strategy is AI in. There is intelligence in the products that we make. It's smarter. It knows when it might fail. It'll tell you. So they say, it's going to fail. I'm going to replace that. And also for internally within our company and most companies, people are using AI to optimize their operations, right? I keep forgetting. I wish there's an AI that knows that I want to flip a chart. And I don't. All right, so we make one of the first mass-made 8 servers that host 8 GPUs for the last year. We made, very good business. I'm going to skip past this. So if anybody asks you, hey, who makes a server that has 8 GPUs? Your answer is Dell. That's right. That's the only thing you need to know today, okay? Right? Go home and tell your parents, I want to buy one of these things, okay? But we don't just make servers. We make storage, everything. It takes a village to create an infrastructure, and we have most of the hardware. And our friends in other companies like Microsoft, they have the software. So we work together to make this happen for the industry. One of the companies that we work with is this company that starts with N up there. I assure you that it takes everybody to work together. It's not one company or one person that can claim AI, okay? So everybody needs to work together. And more recent news that is a little bit more interesting. It just happened last month. We're working with this company called Hugging Face that professor here had a picture of the hugging, like a smiley face with 2 heads. That's a company called Hugging Face. They have their platform with a lot of models. We work with them so that our customers can go to deploy the models on our platforms. And we also work with this company called Meta, Facebook. so to deploy the models. So industry trends and use cases. Yeah, ChatGPT is good to help you write your homework and everything. But what are the real business use cases? What can they be? Right? It's not, right now you wanted to do homework and write your love letters to your sweetheart and everything. Please don't do that because it's not going to work really well. Right? Use your heart. Write it by hand. Right? We talk to many executives in companies. A lot of them believe that about half of them believe that ChatGPT can optimize their business. Use chatbots and things like that, right? And about 3/4 of the executives that we talk to that believe that AI in general can improve the efficiency of the business, right? And according to our survey, by 2026, about 60% of apps and websites will be created with the help of AI. So there is a big commercial use case for AI. And where they will end up is that most of them will be like in software development, and making like manufacturing, like semiconductors and stuff like that. Actually, I'll stop here and give you an example, right? People talk about co-pilots for writing software. Now, if you have all written programs, right? Computer code, right? Now, you're doing it as a school project. It's very different when you're getting paid to do it and your boss needs you to finish a code within a timeline. And then you realize that you're debugging one problem for the past 3 days, right? So there is a lot of pressure and I hate to debug code. But if this kind of mundane work, right, of debugging code, of making sure that the bugs don't happen, you don't have to worry about that. How good is that? You can focus on the real important things. So that is a real life example of why AI co-pilots can be useful, right? So I'm going to all this like use case stuff. So it's great, okay? So I'm going to go into a couple of examples. In manufacturing, in Taiwan, we have a very big semiconductor industry. And some of these semiconductors, I'm not going to name names, but they use AI to improve their manufacturing process, identify errors, and know where to optimize the process. And also write code, right? I keep talking about writing code. In healthcare, there is an example at the back, but certain problems are about discovering, having a more comprehensive view of the solution, like inventing new proteins and testing it, right? So those can be assisted by AI. And lastly, for marketing and sales, so we can tailor-made marketing messages, give you recommendations of what to buy, because AI knows you. It knows what you want to buy before you even know it, okay? So you're going to be wondering, oh, wow, all this stuff, will I have a job in the future? I'm going to give you an example which it came to my mind 2 days ago when I was doing this in Kaohsiung, right? You heard about the word co-pilot from Tricia just now, right? Co-pilot. What is a co-pilot? A co-pilot is the person helping the pilot fly a plane, right? Now, today, if you give me an autonomous driving car, oh, okay, I can sit in there, you know, but I'll make sure I watch out for the road. But if I tell you that I'm going to give you a free vacation, and you get to bring everybody you love on this vacation, and we're going to take you there on AI Airlines, where the plane is flown by AI and not by human. Would you go? Would you go? You and everyone you ever loved to go on a plane that's flown by AI. Would you do that? Wow, if you do, I'm sure one day we will all be comfortable going on a plane without a real pilot, okay? But I wouldn't right now. So I'll give you more real examples. So Cyber Agent in Japan is one of our customers. They are into this marketing business. The reason why I show this is because language models are not only in English, they're also in Japanese. They help to tailor marketing messages for our customers, for their customers in Japan. This is an example of healthcare in the University of Limerick. Does anybody know where Limerick is? See, human experience. You got to understand geography, man. Okay? AI cannot teach you geography. Okay? Limerick is an island. Okay? So make sure you know more than, make sure you do well in school, understand all this stuff. Okay? They are using AI to help with biomarker testing and learning how to treat B-cell lymphoma. Cancer research. And the last example I'm going to give is pretty common, smart cities. City of Amarillo in Texas. They're using AI for, now, the key word I want to pick up from here is that they're using AI for non-critical city applications. If there is a fire or if there's a robbery going on, they're not going to use AI. It's only for like, oh, when is the park open? You know, like when is like autumn coming? Non-critical applications. Today, if there is a fire, I don't think they would use AI to go answer that question. So again, right, it can do a lot of things, but it can't do everything. And with that, that's all I have. I'm done. So.
Okay, I have one. Okay. Thanks, Dr. King's speech. And he brings the up-to-date information from the academia, especially from Dell. We now, Dell have the server. Okay, we also have a thank you, Trista's Microsoft information and 2 professors from academia. Thank you very much. Now we are ready to have a tea session.
Yeah. Okay, thank you to the moderator and all the speakers. Let's take a 20 minutes break and come back at 3 p.m. The panel discussion will start shortly. May I invite the moderator and the speakers to sit in the front.
All right, let's move on to the stage. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and our young audience. We are going to have our discussion panel. So let's welcome our guest speakers to step on the stage. 我要坐最旁边，我坐旁边。好 Today we have 6 school. So Zhanghua high school students, please raise your hands. Hi, Zhanghua boys high school student and girls high school student, and Zhushan high school student. Yes, Putai. Oh, let's wave. Okay. Taichung Yizhong. Yes. Okay. And Xiaoming Girls High School. Yes. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So we have a. 我跟你问，1000年之后他们没有进步，他坐旁边，变得不太会管。但是我们想把我们学生送进去管，季中的现在也不放心。Are you ready? So keep. 所以我现在有建议我们。All right, attention, please. Attention, thank you. All right, we'll begin our session of our discuss panel. So, is there any question about today's speaker? All right, so the first one. So, do you have a microphone?
Okay. Good evening, professors. I'm from Putai Senior High School. My name is Jeff. Well, this is probably not your focus, but I'm interested in AI, AI growing and animation, also scamming. Yeah. My favorite animation, which calls Sword Art Online, motivate me to lead today's world forum. And there is a technique the anime mentioned that we call full dive. Well, now I saw many companies invent a new technique to put information chips into our brain, which we call BCI, brain-computer interface. Yeah, it's closely to the full dive. So my question is, does it mean we don't have to use the textbook anymore, and we can put knowledge into our brain automatically by using AI?
Right. I think Dr. Su, you have experience on electrical BEG.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I talked to Professor Chen just a few minutes ago. But I catch the keyword called brain-computer interface. Right. Well, that's a long time ago project. Probably about 10 years ago. Okay, we raised about 60 to 70 big mouse, and we try to study the seizure detection. If you know, that's kind of disease called seizure. And seizure comes from the abnormal electric signal emission from your brain. And at that time, we implant the electrode to the amygdala of the big mouse and try to detect if the seizure happening will be a serious condition or not serious condition. If there's a serious condition, then you can eject the medicine directly into the brain to reduce the electric epilepsy. And if this is not, we don't have to do that. The purpose of that is to improve the life quality of the patients. But that kind of research, has been advanced to try to understand the brain signal to identify what you want to do. So about the same time in Jiao Tong University, Yangming Jiao Tong University, there's a group to try to use the brainwave to control the mouse or the keyboard. All right, at that time. Okay, that's as far as I know. But about to try to implant chips, a microchip to your brain, such that it can collect your brain signal and convert it to any meaningful terms. I think that's still a long way to go. And in NCKU, we have the functional MRI and try to read your signal, but it will give you some subject to read and ask you to think about all the things and try to capture your brain image and try to identify if this is highly correlated to the subject you are reading or you are thinking. Okay, so that's so far as that like this. And because I don't know Elon Musk, so I don't know. He said he will implant the chips into his brain, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so as far as I know, I'm an old person. All right, I prefer not to implant any chips into my brain. Okay, but I think that it's quite enough to use your smartphone to as your maybe I can say co-pilot, right? So I think in the future, in the very near future, your smartphone should be powerful enough for you to use it to as your avatar. Okay, another form of the avatar to help you to do your daily job. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. I think by introducing the AI, and that will boost the advance of technology. So I think we will see that in the future. All right. Is there any other questions? Right. Yes. Yes, we have some comments.
I'm good. Just let me add to that. Today, there are real-world applications of what you just mentioned in sports performance. Like for some soccer teams and golf players, they use that because a lot of sports, right? Elite sports, it's not just about the body, it's also about the brain, whether you can handle stress and everything. So they measure your brain waves, you see your performance, and tell you how. So that is a real-world application.
Yeah, because as I know, Neuralink, which is Elon Musk companies, have been allowed it to put the chips inside human's brain last few months ago. Yeah. So yes, it is just.
It says some application has injected the bio into your body already.
So, like I just mentioned in the presentation, right? I urge you, right? One thing about technology or machines, make sure that you stay human and make sure you can control the technology. If it controls you, not very good.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So it's me again. This is a problem I have for. I think it's one of the biggest problems regarding AI. So I think it's the ethical concerns regarding like its development overall. And like many of the professors today, they talked about AI's positive impact, their influence, their cases and usage in life, and also the human values involved. But how are people or developers in general able to make sure that AI is being used in the right way if everything is so reliant on the human values and the concerns?
Make sure the AI are used in the right way.
Okay, I think this is like all technology, you have to confine with human value. And human value actually is a very, very broad topic. And honestly, there's no universal human value in here. So in different time also, the value changes, right? So I'm talking purely from a technology point of view, not talking about in a policy point of view, because I'm not capable of commenting on that. So in terms of technology, if you look into the original paper of GPT, there's something called RLHF, Reinforcement Learning Human Factor. So it's one of the techniques that you can use that you collect a bunch of data that conform with your value. So you had a rating. Let's say you had a bunch of questionnaires, and you had human to label all those answers, and use that to tailor your foundation model or your base model to gear your base model to answer toward that direction. So that's your RLHF tuning for the foundation model. So most of the, if I understand correctly, most of the GPT kind of foundation model, they do it this way. So they had a base model that take into everything, just like I said, right? Consume all the internet data, and then it doesn't have any boundary or whatsoever. And then at the end, it had this engine called RLHF to tune into your specific values. So that's on the model side. And of course, in the application side, you can do something more. So I was talking to professor here. So we are talking about we can even have database connected to the GPT model. So we call it Enterprise GPT. You can use that already by going to Microsoft Azure, and then, so just let me clarify. So OpenAI had their model, but we use it just like one of our foundations. We also had other ways to fine tune it. So within Microsoft, we are more customer driven. So different customers had different wants, and they had different preferred answers. So this customer might prefer something according to this library. This other customer might like something more tailored to this other library, right? So we can connect to those database or data sources so that the answer is more like geared toward what the data base would be. For example, I had no idea about the history of, let's say, Donghai University. For example, I mean, most likely GPT doesn't have information like that, right? But I can connect GPT using something called RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generative AI kind of thing, right? Augment the GPT with Donghai Dashi's history, 校史, so that it can answer anything about the past president and past principles and all these different professors and all that, right? Based on Donghai Dashi's database, for example, right? So there are multiple ways on the model level, on the usage level, that you can answer toward the value of the user. So I'm just gonna talk in the technology term here. And of course, there's also responsible AI, right? So responsible AI is also a very, very big topic. I kind of skipped through a lot of the slides today because I don't have enough time. So one of the obvious things are the content moderation, right? So there are contents that are like violent, there are content that are inappropriate and all that. I believe most of the model trainer, they will start from the very beginning, not totally unbounded, right? So they will collect the data according to a very basic human value. You don't want those unregulated data into your training, right? To begin with, and then you have to confine it at the very end. You try to do that along the whole process of training and learning and all that. So that's yet another thing we have to consider. And also people. So if people are in the whole process, so practitioner like me, I'm a scientist who is working on the field. So if the company itself doesn't have diverse and inclusive values in there, how can you expect the model or the algorithm that develop to serve their customer or their people to be very equal, to be diverse and inclusive, right? So I think some of the professors said it takes a village to make everything work, right? So it has to be from people to data, to the algorithm, to the usage, to the consciousness of the user even, to make all things work according to the human value. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, right. As concerning to whether we can use the new technology correctly, I think the technology has some progress. The first one is imaginable. You can imagine in a movie. The second one is usable. You can use that like a ChatGPT. I think the third stage is trustable. I think the ChatGPT is going to be be there, I think, in the near future. And the last stage is replaceable. So I think they are going on already. All right, any speaker want to comment more?
Okay. Yeah, just wanted to add on top of Trista's point. So she mentioned about reinforcement learning from human demonstration. So I think before that, I wanted to add two things when OpenAI wanted to develop this particular algorithm. I think Trista mentioned about vision. I think this group of people from OpenAI, I think they must have something in mind. What kind of technology you want to build? So when I was thinking about developing my technology, I was thinking about what this technology for. So I wanted to have that in mind before I developed the technology. So my goal to develop that safety validation comes from the fact that there is a huge needs in validating these technology before we put them into the road, really execute them in the road. So if we do not if we do not put the human values into it, we just let the car run and then trying to have them try and then test. But even though that's a way to make progress, make the technology better, but before we do this, we have a human value in mind. What we want is to make this technology better in the end to serve people, to make our traffic scene much better, mobile experience much better. So I think that to have that value in mind is needed. And then the second thing is how we execute that. So I think the reinforcement from human demonstration is really important thing. But I think before reinforcement from human demonstration, I think there's another also very crucial stage is how you prepare your data set. So I think a month ago, I think there's a news, I think many of you might heard of that we have a software and then it looks like a Chinese LLM and then it produced some results that is not satisfactory. So that reflects how we use, what kind of data we use it and then to train that particular model. So I think OpenAI do spend a lot of time to prepare the first set of data and then use that to train their model and then follow up with this reinforcement learning from human demonstration so that now we see its effort. So we see its results. So everybody can use it for different applications. So I just want to highlight that the first thing is, before we develop this technology, what we have in mind, what we wanted to provide. Second thing is, these technology are data-driven. So what kind of data we use really influence the final impact, the outcomes of this technology. So that's another thing two things I want to add on top of that.
Questions, just have your name first and your school. That does know who you are, okay? Okay, so any question? Like Jusan University, Jusan High School.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Name and
my name is Evan, yes. And I'm from Chusan Senior High School. So just one question for the first speaker. Okay, so do you think that intelligent driving system can be more stable and safer in the future? If your answer is yes, then just tell me how. And if your answer is no, just tell me why. Okay.
So I think I'm the one who work on it. I wouldn't say no. If I say no, I would not work on this. So I think that's a belief I have. Yeah. But I think I think this question can be rephrased in a different way. So when we say it works, what does it mean it works? So I think there are many different stages of making the intelligent driving works in our real life. So I didn't get the time to categorize the existing level of intelligent driving systems. So actually, there is a standard categorize the intelligent driving system into 5 different levels. So we see like a lot of newses are talking about self-driving cars. So they belongs to level 4 and level 5. And that's kind of the ultimate goal. They don't want to have human drivers in the loop because they believe that human driver makes a lot of error. So they don't want the human driver in the loop. But there are other sectors like L1 to L3 always have human in the loop. So that's the the majority of the technology we see today. So actually now, if you have a car that recently bought, or if you bought a Tesla car, what you have is already what you have is an L2 system. L2 system, the driver is still the main player. Like a lot of speakers today, humans are still the main loop, the major player, and technology is just a co-pilot. It helps you in certain situations, like when you do not pay too much attention on driving, and then your system will gear you back to the center of the lane, something like that. Or if you another time you kind of fall into sleep, and then there's a car in front of you, and then you wanted to slow down or stop for you, something like that. So these technologies are there, but if you have experience with somebody over here have some experience, they are not perfect. Like there's one experience I had is I'm driving down the road at night, there's nothing in front of me, and then the car suddenly hit a brake. And actually that brake is very harsh, and it actually makes me almost hit my steering wheel. So it's not that great for that particular experience. So things like this still happen, even though most of the time such a system do work, but for this particular situation, it fails. So so come back to the question. So I think there is a potential because these technology like L2 or maybe in the future, near future L3, it actually saves a lot. So sometimes I do got support from these systems, but we do see experience like I just shared. So how to make sure my system can also work in that particular situation is something can be foreseen. And if you really wanted to see like L4 system being deployed means there's no drivers behind the steering wheel, I think that could happen as well. It depends on where you're going to use it. If you put it in a situation there's no humans over there, I think it will work. But I think we live in a society where humans are around, so it still has a challenge. So let me give one example why I say that. So I believe most of the MRT system or train systems, they have a dedicated area for driving, right? I mean, to navigate. But we still see human drivers over there. Why? Because they need to prepare for sudden events. But most of the time, we see they can actually run autonomously. So I think something like this is, again, come back to the question, it can be foresee that. But when we have humans like us around the system, I think there's still challenges that we have to address. So yeah, that's my answer to the question.
Okay, thank you. Yes, driving technology is very important. We drive every day. All right, so we have any, okay. So your school has appointed that as the first high school student. Have your name and the school first. Thank you.
Hi, professors. I'm You Liao, and I'm from Taichung First Senior High School. According to internet data, AI training emits significant amounts of carbon dioxide and consumes substantial utility resources.
Just a minute. It's the first high school student's turn. Right, your turn.
Okay. According to internet data.
Okay, well, hello, Professor. Well, my name is Lu Renying, and
Go ahead. Yes, you. Yes, go ahead, you. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Your turn.
哎，你先问。
According to internet data, air training emits significant amounts of carbon dioxide and consumes substantial utility resources. For example, the emissions while training ChatGPT 3.5 equals to a person taking 550 round-trip flights between New York and San Francisco. My question is, how can we minimize the CO2 emission generated by AI training and usage? Additionally, can AI serve as a viable option to against global warming, as mentioned by the literature this morning?
Yes, sustainability is energy consumption. So Dr. Kim must have some opinion on this server.
I have opinion on everything, but I want to make sure. Right? So do me a favor. Google a statistic, right, according to the internet. So find out how much of global warming is contributed by computers overall across the whole world. How many percent of global warming is contributed by your mobile phones, by computers, by the internet? Now that number is not very big. So first of all, you create more damage to the planet from transportation, from burning fuel to power your houses, right? So that is, in English, the bigger fish to fry, okay? Now that said, every company and everybody who is an engineer or in technology needs to worry about sustainability of the planet, right? And it starts from the small things, right? And first of all, electricity is not cheap, right? It is cheap in some places, but it's not in general. Good quality electricity is not cheap. So everybody wants to be more efficient. Now, and you will hear about this. In my line of work, right, in computers, we are trying to make our computers consume less energy. And every generation, that's our benchmark, to consume less and less energy, to do the same amount of work. So across the industry, from hardware to software, we're trying to do the same thing using less power, right? And also, the governments are, like in the U.S. government, when you want to bid, there are certain indices, like how environmentally conscious you are. So it goes like the small things. Like when you buy a computer, it comes in a box, right? Right? Those boxes, we measure ourselves what kind of biodegradable material that we use, how much recycled material that we use. In our company, Dell, right, we do a lot of innovation as well. One of the things that I always talk about is that we go to India. One of our research is in India, where we pull the carbon from the atmosphere and make into printer ink. That is ultimate in recycling. And we do a lot of work in making sure that ocean plastics are recycled. And again, it starts from small. And I was talking to somebody here, right? Think about how, in our daily life, right? Like one of the biggest contributors of the global warming is actually the clothes that you wear, right? Garments actually is one of the biggest contributors to because it's nylons, they cannot biodegrade, right? So.
Coming from a perspective like the software. Yes, all right. Yeah, software, I think software and combined with the hardware to reduce the energy. All right.
Takes a village. Everybody needs to do something.
Hello, professors. My name is Mina. I'm from Stella Martina Girls Senior High School. There is a piece of news about AI's intellectual property in August. A scientist who made AI applied for a patent for images produced by AI. They argue that the intellectual property belongs to AI or the scientist. So I wondered what the experts' opinions are. I wondered.
First of all, raise your hand. Where are you? Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm shy too. Don't trust me. I'm very shy too.
I wonder.
Slowly repeat your question. We can hear you.
My question is, what is the intellectual property belongs to?
Intellectual property?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
I wonder that the intellectual property belongs to AI or the scientist. The image produced by AI.
I think just more suitable than I am. about this problem.
Okay. Intellectual property. I think that's a very hot topic nowadays, and it's also evolving in terms of both technology and the law, as far as I know, right? So to be clear, it's better to have a model that take the data that is public, or at least the user granted the permission for you to train. So that's the safest way. But sometimes there are like vague areas, like if the generated content are out and then somebody claim that it's his or her work, can you attribute the contribution of the data that contribute to the generation of that? It's still a technology topic. I can honestly tell you the technology right now cannot even tell you what is the percentage of the contribution from the data. So that's an active research field. So that's that. And also, the ownership. So that's one problem. Your topic is actually multi-latitude. So that's one, attribution of the content. The other thing is, even though there's no problem concerning the output of the generation, I mean, the beautiful wings that I show, right? Even though nobody argue about the attribution, still, who created that? Is that AI or is that human? I believe there is some sort of a predicate from the law saying that only human at the moment, right? So I don't know if the law is gonna change in like 5 years or 10 years, but at the moment, only human can claim the ownership of a work, our work. So if you are the artist, so the artist here, the definition is very broad, who utilize the tool, either is like Adobe Photoshop or some other video editor or whatever, only if you are the human who process the tool, who generate such art, then you consider the owner of the artwork. And the AI tool, which is, I mean, it could be the Bing Create, or it could be the Adobe Photoshop or some other tools, they are not the owner, they are just a tool. So that's how I phrase it, co-pilot, they're just a co-pilot. It's the pilot who owns the work. So that's my understanding at the moment. Again, things can change, and my understanding can be like revised in like very quickly. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, technology forward very, very fast. Yeah, technology usually moves very fast, so the law will go on. All right, so we will have one student from the high school student. Yes, turn.
Okay. Hi, hello, Professor. Well, my name is Lu Renying, and I come from Taichung First Senior High School. So, well, as far as I'm concerned, there are numerous political ideologies in the world, such as fascism, communism, and democracy. And even though it is proved that fascism and communism are both not suitable for human, and democracy is a seemingly better choice, some still suggest that democracy isn't the best ideology when it comes to an uprising crisis. So what I want to ask is it possible that a new ideology in which a nation's government is nearly completely composed of AI appear in the future? Well, okay, what I want to ask is it possible that a nation's government is complete? Huh?
Yeah. Do you want to ask any speakers here?
Well, in fact, I don't know which this question belongs. Like.
All right, let's rephrase your question again, in short sentence.
Oh, okay. So. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Sorry. Okay.
Well, is it possible that a country's government is completely composed of AI in the future?
Government wants to compose from AI.
Three.
So, it's a difficult question.
All right. I will not answer your question, okay? Because none of us here will try to become politicians, okay? So we can't answer that question. But again, Google this word right now, called singularity. You all know what is singularity? Or you know what is singularity? So for those who don't know, it's a hypothetical point in time in the future where machines are smarter than collective every human being. Right? Is that right? Yeah, okay, yeah. So that is the point in time where machines are smarter than all the humans combined. Okay? So you watch movies, right? Well, Terminator, or lately there's a movie they just released last week called The Creator. Like in the future, like machines are going to be smarter than humans. Are they going to take over? Are they going to be managing us, right? So some people said at the time, theorists say it's 2045. Some people say it's earlier than that, right? What I am telling you right now is like what I said in the meeting. Make sure you control AI. If you don't like it, you can shut it off. And that's the first thing I said. Make sure that humans always control AI. Second thing is that embrace the human experience. Because music, driving cars, right? I actually have a joke about driving cars, but actually I'll say the joke, right? So I think that what Professor Chen is doing is awesome, because I think that Taiwan has very brave drivers compared to the rest of the world. Taiwan #1. So if his system can work in Taiwan, it can work anywhere in the world. That is human. That nobody can do, right? Yeah, I think that's human. That the AI cannot do that, right? But we can do that. That's the human experience.
Let me answer in a different way. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to answer that directly. But I think there are, people may ask a question to me, why you do, there are people working on the same problem and why you work on that. So I think this is just from my personal experience. I think everybody here must have experienced the traffic situations in Taiwan. So there's a street just across the Tsinghua University, Tsinghua, and then there's a street, just so many people over there, and then suddenly there's a scooter driver will cut in front of you. And I think that's very different from when I was in the States. When I wanted to look for such a scenario, it's just hard, or I can't. So I think there's a saying that it is true that if I can try to solve the intelligent driving system in Taiwan, there's a good potential that it can be deployed to many different places.
Make sure you know this guy, okay?
But I wanted to turn it the other way to look at this problem. I'm not trying to say I wanted to really developing a technology that can working in this scenario is great. But I think the problem is, just from the driver perspective, I felt very dangerous to drive in this situation. And also the scooter driver driving in this situation also feel unsafe. So is there a way that we can make it better? So I think that's something in mind. I wanted to see, can my work eventually help to address this issue? So yeah,
Okay.
That's a way I would put, yeah.
Yeah, let me comment on a little bit outside the scope. So you keep talking about Turing, right? So Turing, the imitation machine. So it seems to be most of the conception right now about intelligence is about capability, which I think is totally wrong. So human is not only valuable because of a capability. So for example, like driving capability, writing capability, even understanding capability. So if you associate human value with capability, that's totally wrong, right? So let me give you an example. So sometimes you read about how, for example, like Mother's Day, right? So you read about, oh, I love my mother because she cooked well and all that. But no, that's not the reason I love my mom. The reason I love her is just because she's her, right? There are cooks like Michelin cook out there, cook much better than her. Why am I not loving them? Right? Capability-wise, my mom, she cooked very well still. I wouldn't say that in front of her. Yeah, she cooked very well, but still no comparison to Michelin cook. So is driving, right? So human, compared to machine, at the end, is gonna lose in terms of capability. But what's make human different? It's because of love, because of purely love, right? So put that into perspective. If we keep associating intelligence with capability or 工具人, we will be always anxious because we are never gonna be as good a 工具人 as machine, right? So if you want to really make this a rule, so if you guys are reading novels and all that, there's a classic novel you should read from Isaac Asimov. It talks about the foundation, the machine and humans, how can they work together? Like, for example, machine shouldn't hurt human and all that. You can read about all those novels in there. So from the onset of ChatGPT, me, myself, even though I'm a researcher, I'm very optimistic about the future. But what I care more about is what makes us human. So if you look at all these topics, and I encourage all of you to think about this, because eventually you don't want to be a 工具人. Because only you rise above, on top, over those 工具人 thinking, that you become the pilot. Or you will always compete with co-pilot. You will never win, eventually, right? So think about your values. So read about philosophy, read about psychology. So those, the student who talk about BCI, brain-computer interaction. So for example, I don't know if you guys watch Zhou Xinzi's movie, right? 陈实豆沙包. Right? You don't want to have a brain-computer interaction with 陈实豆沙包 right there, right? So if really that's too much, right? So sometimes I feel that I'm hungry, but actually I'm not hungry because I'm thirsty. So what you think you want is not actually what you want. So human intelligence have very, very different levels. So what you speak out, you think you want, like you want to eat, but actually you are thirsty. And even more, you are not thirsty because you are anxious. For now, I'm like very anxious because it's a bit hot in here, right? Anxious. But beyond anxious, because I want to help people in this audience. So there are so many levels of thinking in human values. Think about it. Don't limit yourself in the sensory level. Like thirsty, measure the humidity in my mouth. Measure my saliva in my mouth. No, don't limit on there. Because sensor will do always better than you, right? The statistic will always do better than you. Think about it. Higher up, why are you thirsty? Like psychology, look at your brain interaction and all that. So don't limit yourself in BCI, okay? Think beyond psychology, read about philosophy. And you will find that after you read all this, like you are in peace because you are still in control. I hope that answers some of your questions. Thank you.
I would like to continue the discussion of the human values. In my point of view, no human should drive. If you let the AI or the computer to run our government, I think that there must be one law that no human should drive. But you have to think of the problem that is driving is the key value of a human being. My student who really started a company, he is working on virtual symphony orchestra. But the first day of the goal of the company is not to replace the symphony orchestra. It's try to help human to play with the symphony orchestra. So in their point of view, playing a musical instrument or singing is a human value. So is this the human value? Okay, if that is the key human value, so it should not be, there shouldn't be a law say that human can sing, all right? Even I'm the worst, very bad singer. But if I want to sing, you have to let me sing. I think Trista is right. We have to read more about the philosophy. Especially, I would like to recommend Michael Saunders the talk about the justice. I think you can go through that course, and we can understand more about that. Thank you.
Yes, and embrace the human side of it. You guys, I was told that are the smartest people in this part of the country, maybe Taiwan, right? You are, right? But think about the gap between you and somebody who is on the other end, right? Is the gap getting closer? Because, hey, you have ChatGPT, that person has ChatGPT, right? Isn't it the same? But the difference, I tell you, will be between those who try to understand philosophy, to advance themselves, versus people who don't try, who just use AI as a tool. If you use it as a tool to advance yourself, to learn bigger things, your gap won't be maintained. Otherwise, there's no difference between you and somebody who didn't go to school, right? Right? What's the difference between a top student and somebody who play computer game every day and who don't have the opportunity to do what you do?
Yes, right. So, yeah, how to keep a sustainability of technology? I think the good way is to behave like a human, think like human. Yes. All right. So, the last question. The last. Oh yes. 这个wow, so many questions. So many questions. Yeah. 这边还有一个。
是我吗？是我吗？
我 just keep the last chance to
对不起，对不起。
没有讲过。台中中 right? So two already. So the last one. No. The girls over there, right?
有女生。
Yes. The last one. Yes. All right. All right.
哦，科学班。
Professors, and I'm Chen Yuan from Zhanghua Girls Senior High School, and I want to ask Dr. Trista that since the current general direction of industry development is AI, so does that mean that other industries that have nothing to do with AI will gradually decline?
So, good question. Actually, I'm gonna make an even bolder disclaimer. I mean, not disclaimer, claim. AI is gonna disappear. Why is that? Because AI is gonna be everywhere. It's like air. You won't feel that. Eventually, you won't hear the term anymore. Anybody say that my company is an internet company now? Does anybody say my company is a digital company? You don't, right? That's ridiculous. Or do you even say my company is an electric company? No. Everybody use electric, which is from Industrial Revolution 1.0, 2.0. Everybody is using digital technology, is using the internet. So nobody claimed that they are internet company. And eventually, AI is gonna disappear because it's gonna be everywhere. It's gonna be in the bones and flesh of every company, in the bone and flesh of every application, right? So you won't hear that. So it doesn't mean that if you are not working on AI, you're gonna like lose your job, or you're gonna like your department is not going to success or anything. Instead, use the tool and focus on what you want to achieve. If you want to achieve a good medicine, good computer, build a good computer game, build a good car, anything, or even a good cook, right? Try to use a tool to analyze your recipe if you are cooking, right? Try to use the tool to help you to analyze people if you are doing marketing, right? Use a tool to do anything, right? Just like Professor Chen, right? He's using ChatGPT to enhance or to augment his simulation and all that. Use that as a tool and make it into what you use every day, like internet and like electricity and all that. So use it. It's gonna be everywhere. And eventually it's gonna disappear as a term, but it's gonna be inside everything. So that's how we're gonna commend this. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you everyone. We have so many questions. Thank you, speakers, insightful opinion. All right, so I think we are happy to hear everybody. So
thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the speakers and also the students for a lively and insightful discussion. Okay, so today's forum is coming to a close. Let's invite the project leader, the IYBSSD project leader, Professor Mei-Hong Chu, to give a concluding remark.
Okay. 好的。
Okay, I will take only 5 minutes from you. So, well, if finally it goes to the end of this big event, and I'm so thrilled by all the speakers' talks, as well as students' questions and your active participation. That was really amazing. It's really out of our imagination. When we started this event, we were wondering whether or not our students will be able to catch up our speakers' contents. However, you went beyond our imagination. So congratulations, and please give yourself a big applause. Yeah. Of course, we need to thank the speakers to lead all the discussions. So I have 3 messages for you to bring back. The first one is the passion. As you can see, from the beginning of today's talk, everybody is so passionate about what they are doing. Until now, I think you are touched by these 4 presenters' passions to their work. They like their work, so they are so deeply involved in their work and do some reflections how to help this globe and also the populations to live in a very healthy environment. So the first one is find something you really like it. Okay, and then the second one is the job. We are talking about the jobs. I know some people are worried about the AI will take over the jobs currently you have seen. However, we already heard a lot of great comments on this. But you can think about before the COVID-19, there are very few people use Microsoft Teams or Google Meet, Teams and Google Meet or Zoom. But nowadays, it becomes our daily life tools to use. So they are also like the Uber Eats, right, or Food Panda. Before the COVID-19, not many people used that, but it changed. So I think don't worry about the AI will arrive and take over the jobs you have. According to statistics, I don't forget where it comes from, whether from the economics or where. It says 60% of the job currently you see will be disappeared. And you must be panicked on that, but no, because the new technology will provide new jobs. And you need to create. Okay, so that's the second message I want to share with you. Be creative and make use of the facilities you have. And the last one, I was very happy to hear people mention about the tools and the co-pilots. Because we use AI as tools, I think we need to understand that's the tool. And it's go beyond that, it's our partners. AI should be our partners and maybe the co-pilots. So you should take advantage of the technology and not to be driven by the technology. You are the master. Okay, so how to make use of the technology to help you find the good jobs or to be a good researchers or whatsoever, or technician or project managers, whatsoever. Make good use of the tools and try to use that to accomplish your goal. So we need to go beyond simply just a goal, and then we should go to have a better life in the future. So I think I just have these 3 messages for you to take home, and I hope you really enjoy the talks because we have great speakers here, and you have a lot of things to reflect upon, particularly the human value in this era. So thank you very much for being here, and thank for the teachers, students, of course, our distinguished speakers, and the presider, and all the workers here to help this forum completed and successfully. So thank you very much, and we really great to have this opportunity to work with the AIT and the Donghai University. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so happy that you are all excited. And finally, we are going to take one last photo, you know, the group photo with you and the great speaker that you enjoy their talk so much, okay? Yeah, so just be seated and please, the signs again. Yeah. 面是台湾的，一面是国际，对，所以好。
我们看这边了哈。好，眼睛不要眨，谢谢。好，先来一张正常的啊。好，然后来一张来那个小爱心，谢谢。小爱心。好，然后再一个大爱心。大爱心。哎，对。对。哎，跟隔壁的一起哦。大爱心。好，自己发挥哦。好，然后再最后一个来一站，谢谢。再一下，再一下来。
Apple。
哎
Apple。
好，很好。好了，最后一个，还有。
没有吧？没有。Okay, so as you can see that we have a QR code there, right? So please send in your feedbacks. Okay, yeah. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you.